I know I'm asking a lot, you guys, but Hunter is down one more time.
And, he's dropped like a rock. Big hole, Samuel. Oh, he's going. Almighty, did you see what he did? Boykin takes it all the way. He just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot and broke their nose. Here comes the pressure from the edges. We're going to get, no, he got out. And then we drilled him into the turf again.
Joe will try to kick one 100,000 miles.
And the kick is gone.
Oh, look at the sugar falling out of the sky. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
Well, it's only week 2 of the season, but today's conference opening clash has the feel of a playoff elimination game. And at least in the SEC East, today's winner will have the upper hand over the other in each school's anticipated march to Atlanta. From Williams-Brice Stadium here in Columbia, a pair of top 25 teams meet today in a high noon Southeastern Conference showdown. It is a warm, humid, and sunny day here in the South Carolina state capitol as we walk you up to kickoff for the 1-0 Georgia Bulldogs and the 1-0 South Carolina Gamecocks. This is Countdown to Kickoff.
The Countdown to Kickoff is presented by BB&T. Visit us today and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC.
Oh, Des Bryant unloaded on. He takes it all the way for the second time this year.
Today's pregame coverage of Georgia football is also brought to you by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, by Eckrich Meats. It's Eckrich season. Make your moments rich with Eckrich. AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. And by Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. In less than 30 minutes, toe meets leather. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier for the Ford Keys to the Game after this 2-minute timeout on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. The Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive, and I know Coach Rick has a winning game plan, but let me tell you how you can win at Jim Ellis Automotive. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com, click the football page, then find the Jim Ellis Automotive Register to Win contest link. Enter our contest to win a weekend for 2 at the Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville, October 30th. You're also a winner with the purchase of a new or pre-owned vehicle from Jim Ellis Automotive. For details, visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at JimEllis.com, where you can always expect the best.
It's Georgia football season. There's a new defense, new coaches, and a fabulous new luxury snack this year at Sanford Stadium. To debut at the next home game, fans will get to savor Bentley's popcorn and the incredible taste of America's luxury snack. Bentley's is rich, sophisticated, delicious, and features a secret recipe of only the finest all-natural ingredients and kettle roasted to deliver the flavor that is unique to Bentley's. Bentley's Popcorn donates a portion of all sales to the Homeless Pets Foundation. For more information, go to Bentley'sPopcorn.com.
Welcome back. Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Crowd still strolling in, a slow arriving crowd, at least by our standards here in Columbia. It is a warm day, a sunny day. We had cloud cover early on this morning as the sun was coming up over Williams-Brice Stadium here, but most of the cloud cover has dissipated, and we've got bright sunshine, and we may even have some thunderstorms later in the afternoon. Right now, let's go down to the field to Chuck Dowdle and Kevin Butler to check out today's field conditions presented by UGMO. Find out how you can control your sprinkler system and start saving gallons of water and buckets of cash. Just go to UGMO.com. Chuck and Kevin, down to you.
Yes, indeed, Scott. UGMO.com save you a lot of money on your watering bills at your house. And I'm here with Kevin Butler. You want to talk about field conditions, you go to a kicker because they're the ones probably most affected by it, that and the wind. And you can't find one any better in the history of college football and, of course, pro football than the Hall of Famer himself, Kevin Butler, and a good bulldog that he is. And, Kevin, what about these field conditions here?
Well, Chuck, it's perfect conditions for SEC opener. The field's dry. It's cut really tight. I think South Carolina is really trying to show off their speed. Coach Rick talked to the team before they came out, tried to remind them about this. It's a tight field. It's cut short. Make sure you take the right angles. It's going to be a little bit faster when the kickoff happens. Everybody's juices are going to be flowing. Be sure you're taking the right angles on defense. And on offense, get the ball in the hands of the playmakers and let them do their work. So I think you're going to see a lot of teams come out here, whether it's South Carolina or Georgia, try to get their ball in the playmaker's hand and let them do some magic on a perfect turf.
And two great playmakers back in that Georgia lineup today, in Tavares King and Washawn Ely. And obviously that'll be key for Georgia, getting the ball in their hands, as you mentioned. But, towards the end of this game, we're talking about perhaps a little rain. That could have an effect.
Well, it certainly can, but I think this field's in such good shape that it really would have to come down, Chuck, for it to make an effect on the game. So I think really when you talk about kicking, it's a field goal kicker's surface. It's low cut. Blair was hitting it good, said he felt good from 60 kicking one way. They're freshman kickers, they're highly touted. They're going to count on that. If you get out there today and you get 3 points and you can walk away with 3 points, could be the difference in the game.
No doubt about that. And, of course, Kevin also will be coaching up that punter. He's pretty good, too, himself. So we'll obviously keep a good eye on Drew. But, Scott, perfect field conditions should be a great SEC opener for both these teams.
Excellent. The field built for speed today. And joining us here in the press box is Ron Morris, a writer for the State newspaper here in Columbia. Ron, thanks for joining us today.
Oh, sure. My pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what you've seen out of these Gamecocks since their win over Southern Mississippi as they get ready for the conference opener.
I think for people who haven't seen them this year, it's a new look South Carolina team, particularly on offense. Steve Spurrier has committed to running more of the spread offense, which is kind of foreign for him. And they operate almost entirely out of the shotgun now, which is really foreign for Steve Spurrier.
He still likes to get it to the sides, though, get it to those receivers, get it to his skill guys as quickly as possible. Watching the Southern Miss game, at least that's what they were doing Thursday night a week ago.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that out of the spread is that it allows Steven Garcia to operate out of the shotgun and release the ball quickly. He's not dropping back into the pocket and looking around for receivers. He generally has a receiver he's going to out of the huddle. Well, they don't even huddle anymore. So out of the
who
they
does
go from the
anyway?
sideline. Yeah, exactly. And he's going to that first guy right off the bat, and there's not a whole lot of decision-making going on.
Has there been a whole lot of talk here in Columbia this week, or leading up to the game certainly, about the new 3-4 scheme that Georgia's running?
There has, and I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch. Ellis Johnson is one of the best defensive coordinators in the country, and he's talked about it a little bit, about how different it is from a 4-3. I don't think it's going to affect what South Carolina does, though, because they're going to run the same. The reason people went to a 3-4 was primarily because they were seeing more spread offense.
Yeah.
And so that, I don't think South Carolina's going to change anything because they're facing a different defense.
Two guys that weren't here last week are back today. Jarrell King and Chris Culliver have been cleared to play. Their, I guess, eligibility reinstated or whatever the situation was with that. Does that affect the South Carolina team at all?
Well, it definitely makes them a better team. There's no question. Those are two of the better players on both sides of the ball. They can't help but be a better team with those two on the field.
Any intangibles today that you anticipate that South Carolina may bring to the field today in this opener?
I think the one thing to look for is I think they're going to test the Georgia quarterback, and I think they're going to test him in a way of they didn't do a whole lot of blitzing and stunning against Southern Miss. I think they'll throw everything at him just because he's a redshirt freshman,
right.
And this is essentially his first big game. And I wouldn't be surprised from the get-go if they just throw the sink at him.
Do you feel like Steve Spurrier will continue to use any kind of a rotation, or do you get the feel that Garcia is their guy today, unless he gets, injured or any kind of just serious trouble?
Well, you would think he's their guy, but you also know Steve Spurrier.
Yeah, that's right.
And, it could be the first interception he throws. In comes the backup, Connor Shaw. But you would think that Garcia is the guy, and they'll go with him throughout.
Ron Morris with the State. You want to say hello to somebody?
Yeah, actually, my in-laws, Jack and Mary Gould, live in Athens, and they listen to the broadcast, and just wanted to say hello to them.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much, Ron. We appreciate you being here.
Take care.
Ron Morris with the State here in Columbia as we get you set to go for Georgia and South Carolina. Counting you down to kickoff here, presented by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. We'll come back, take a look at the Ford keys to the game with Eric Zier. That's next as we continue from Columbia. This is Georgia Bulldog football from ISP.
The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialist at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit ServPro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo. It's a proven leader. You look at the record, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation, and with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
This is the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. BB&T, 138 years of financial knowledge shared daily. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Back to the stadium once again. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
All right, back in Columbia, Chuck has Coach Mark Ricks, brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. Chuck.
Thanks so much, Scott. I'm here with Coach Rick. Coach, you come into this one first CC contest. I know everybody's hepped up. Do you sense a certain amount of emotion on the part of your players?
Always. These guys are ready.
You're going to have back Tavares King and Neely, a couple of big playmakers for you. Try to get the ball in their hands as much as possible.
Well, they're going to play, so they'll get opportunities, no doubt about that.
And how about Caleb King? How's he doing?
Well, he went through pregame pretty good, so I'm sure he'll play too.
All right, best of luck, Coach. All right, Coach Rick, wish him the very best. He's headed into the locker room now to talk to the team.
Let's unlock the keys to the game, brought to you by your Georgia Ford dealers. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. Proud sponsors of Georgia football. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
All right, we're less than 25 minutes from kicking off the SEC opener. Ford keys to the game, brought to you by your neighborhood Ford dealer. And let's turn to our expert analyst, Eric Zier, for the Ford keys to the game. Z, what do you got today?
Well, thanks a lot, Scott. The first thing is to start fast. Williams-Brice is historically one of the toughest and loudest places to play in the country. We catch a bit of a break today, kicking off at noon. The stadium is still just filling up right now as opposed to kicking off at 8 o'clock tonight. But we need to start fast and take this crowd. Don't ever give them a chance to get into this football game. Second is to bring pressure early and often. Gamecock quarterback Stephen Garcia, in getting to his face last week, had 2 rushing touchdowns, threw for 193 yards. We've got to be disruptive early and often, take them out of any kind of rhythm. Steve Spurrier's offense typically does not like to throw hot route or side adjustments when you blitz. If we can get into the backfield quick, we can create some havoc. And then the fast is make it count in the red zone. Last week, Southern Miss moved the ball inside the Carolina 26 times, only had 2 field goals as a result of those trips into the red zone. We've got to make it our green zone and execute when we get down there.
Dogs were 5 for 5 last week in their game with Louisiana Lafayette inside the red zone, and we'll see how they fare today. Georgia and South Carolina coming up. It's the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff show. Best bank in town since 1872. And we'll continue from Williams-Brice Stadium here in Columbia right after this timeout. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
In the South, football isn't a season. It's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
The Sears Automotive Center knows that when you get your car back from the shop, you don't want to feel like you've been taken for a ride. That's why the Sears Blue Automotive Crew offers Price Match Plus to get you the best price, guaranteed. Now hurry in for hot buys on Goodyear tires. Save up to $80 on a purchase of 4. Plus save more on BF Goodrich, Michelin, and Bridgestone Dueler tires after mail-in rebates. Visit SearsAuto.com for more great deals. Sears Auto Center. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Students and fans, we need a rivalry shirt. This is your chance to have your own creative image in front of Georgia football fans by entering the State Farm Rivalry T-shirt contest. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com before September the 28th, and you could win $1,000 and have your image printed on the student shirts for the Georgia Tech game. So go to GeorgiaDogs.com and click the Win Prizes page for all the details. It's all courtesy of State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier back in the booth here at Williams-Brice Stadium as we approach kickoff. We're less than 20 minutes away. Subway is the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. And 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. We had Ron Morris on a few moments ago, the Carolina beat writer with the State newspaper here in Columbia, and Eric asked him about the 2 players that South Carolina gets back. Georgia's without A.J. Green, Chris Culliver, and Jarrell King, offensive lineman and a defensive back and a kick returner, come back for South Carolina. How much of an impact do you feel that those 2 guys can make on this team today?
I think they can make a big impact. Anytime that you lose any part of a particular team, you don't game plan and scheme around one individual. Our game plan today, losing A.J. Green out of it, won't change a whole lot, but the looks that we see are going to change, and it's going to dictate a little bit of the flow of the game and how we call plays. Same thing goes for Carolina. Getting 2 players back of that kind of caliber is going to impact the way they call the game and what they try to do during the game. So schematically, it's not going to change anything, but the way they execute and the way they play and the flow of the game definitely changes, and they become a better team with those two guys in the game.
Now, Georgia gets 3 guys back that we didn't have last week. Tavares King, who Coach Rick this week said he feels like he's a playmaker for Georgia. Not a lot of guys with that label, so you like to hear that.
Absolutely.
Alec Ogletree, the freshman, we may see him today. And, of course, Washaun Ely at tailback.
Yeah,
on those guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, Washaun Ely getting him back and Tavares King, those two guys, those are known commodities. A lot of hype around Alec Ogletree, and I can't wait to see him play. But with Ely and with Tavares King, getting those two guys back into the mix, first of all, with the running game. Last week we were okay going in with 2 guys. Today we're going to need 3 guys running the football to keep everybody fresh. And Washaun Ely's a difference maker when he's out there on the field, runs with great speed, great passion. Just look back at what we did against Georgia Tech. And Tavares King on the other side, Chris Durham played great. We've got receivers that can make up for A.J. Green, but you can never replace them.
Georgia has tremendous kicking. You feel like that may be a factor today, either the punting or the field goal kicking?
I do. I think if we come out and play well, I think we have a chance to do some very good things. But this game has been so close here over the past 9 years that it's going to come down, more than likely, to something on special teams. And with our kickers, the way Blair Walsh has kicked the football and the way Drew Butler has punted the football, it puts us in pretty good shape.
All right, South Carolina with a pretty good kicker as well. He handles punting and field goal kicking chores. Spencer Lanning, we'll see how he does today. Dog fans, you can join us every Sunday from 10 until noon live from Hilltop Grill as host Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler break down all the action on the Sunday brunch from today's game. It's Georgia and South Carolina coming up, and we're counting it down to kickoff right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
Flash Foods 5 reasons to go blue with our Go Blue payment card. Save 5 cents on every gallon of gas. For your convenience, we have 174 locations and counting. The Go Blue card offers you 3 main benefits to save you time, money, and earn rewards like 2% cash back when you purchase food and merchandise inside Flash Foods, your one-stop shop for your fuel and tailgating needs before a Bulldog victory. With Flash Foods Go Blue payment card, the card that does it all. Sign up today at flashfoods.com.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's bestseller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
The path to financial freedom can be crowded and confusing. You want to be confident in your choices every step of the way. At BB&T, we share the insight and knowledge that provide clear direction and a better understanding of the possibilities. Since 1872, BB&T has supported our clients' goals by offering a wide range of financial options and the personal attention that we believe should never go out of style. From day-to-day management of your finances to planning for your long-term goals, you'll be better informed so you can head in a brighter financial direction. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about where your money can take you and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
BB&T, member FDIC.
This is Georgia football.
Tipped and intercepted in your face. He caught it anyway. He toed the line on the back portion of the end zone.
From ISP.
Post route. Caught by Grady. Bumped by a man into the far corner. He's going to get there first. Touchdown.
Live play-by-play action of Bulldog football is brought to you by Marathon Petroleum, fueling the American spirit. By BB&T. Visit us today and move in a brighter financial direction. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Member FDIC. Champion Windows, siding and patio rooms. Factory direct since 1953. Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. By AutoZone. Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's ultra-fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. By John Deere. Nothing runs like a deer. Sherwin-Williams. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. By Texaco. People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron. McDonald's. I'm loving it. By Aaron's. Nobody beats Aaron's prices. Nobody. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. By Nature's Own. The official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Your Georgia Ford dealers. Coach Mark Richt and Ford Trucks team up. Find out more at GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. Regions Bank, the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never happened. Budweiser, with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish, it's what we do. And by State Farm. All season long, State Farm's proud to be there as your Bulldog sponsor. It's game time on the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP. Alongside Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Current temperature 83 degrees here on a warming afternoon here in Columbia. Not too bad this morning. The humidity is as you would think for this time of year in the south. Our high temperature today expected to be around 88 degrees later this afternoon, and there is a chance of thunderstorms, we are told, after 3 o'clock. So talking fourth quarter maybe, we may see some rain or we may not. You never know from the weatherman. Wind at 3 miles per hour, so that's not much of a factor. It's going to be hot and steamy on the field here at Williams-Brice Stadium. We'll give you the starting lineups for the Georgia Bulldogs as we get set for the SEC opener here on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
Late for our own engagement party?
Honestly, I don't want to marry you. Not that I don't love you. It's just that I love not being married to you a whole lot more.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Music makes everything better. Play All Access, the new scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Real man of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Ex-Pro football commentator guy. You offer keen, in-depth analysis, like scoring more points will help you win.
I did not know that.
Your physique was once built to handle the rigors of professional football. Now it's built to handle a 23-pound honey-glazed ham.
I'm still hungry.
So crack open an ice-cold Bud Light night of sports insight. Bud Light beer at Anheuser-Busch, Cartersville, Georgia.
Opportunities knocking with great deals at Ed Boyle's Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Ed Boyle's Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. Find out more on Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Georgia football is brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. Be sure to tell your insurance agent you want ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
Today's starting lineups are powered by Georgia Power, the official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
And here are your starting lineups for the Georgia Bulldogs. On defense, Brandon Wood and DeMarcus Dobbs will start at the end positions. Wood, a 6'1 senior from Buchanan, Georgia. Dobbs, a 6'2 senior, 285. He's out of Savannah. D'Angelo Tyson in the middle as the nose, a 6'2", 290-pound junior from Statesboro. The 4 linebackers in the 3-4 alignment. Darrell Gamble, a 6'2 senior, 250 from Bainbridge. Justin Houston, a 6'3 junior, 258 from Statesboro. The inside guys are Christian Robinson, a redshirt sophomore, 6'2 and 226 from Norcross, and Akeem Dent, a 6'2", 233-pound senior from Atlanta. In the secondary for the Bulldogs today, we'll see Brandon Boykin at one corner position, a 5'10 junior, 183 from Fayetteville, and Vance Cuff, the 5'11", 177-pound senior from Moultrie. The safeties will be Bakari Rambo, a redshirt sophomore, 6', 211 from Donaldsonville, and Jakar Hamilton had a pick 6 last week in the opener, 6'2 junior, 203 pounds from Edgeville, South Carolina. For the offense, the Bulldogs will go with Clint Bowling and Josh Davis, the tackles. Bowling, a 6'5", 315-pound senior from Alpharetta, and Davis, a 6'6 senior, 310 from JS Mississippi. Chris Davis and Cordy Glenn on the inside at the guard positions. Glenn, a 6'5", 320-pound junior from Riverdale, and Davis, a 6'4", 302-pound senior from Jefferson. Ben Jones is the center, 6'3", 300 pounds from Centerville, Alabama. The skill position players for Georgia: Chris Durham, the starting flanker. You've got Tavares King getting the nod at wide receiver. Orson Charles, the starting tight end. Caleb King and Washawn Ely will share the tailbacking duties. We may see Ely as the starter today. Sean Chappis is the fullback. And Aaron Murray, the quarterback, redshirt freshman, 6'1", 209 from Tampa, Florida. That's how the Bulldogs will stack up, or at least the probable starting lineup for Georgia. Both teams getting set to run out onto the field, and we're getting set for kickoff. And that is next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
Is just business as usual for your hometown auto owner's insurance agent. A policy that fits your needs and budget. No problem. Fast, fair claim service. No problem. Auto owner's insurance. Safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. Working with an agent who knows you. No problem. For the independent auto owner's insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at autoowners.com.
When the going gets tough, it's time to hunker down, you hairy dogs. Time to take what the other guys can dish out, crank it up a notch, and come out a winner. LP Building Products create engineered building materials with that same spirit. Products designed to look their best while standing up to nature's worst. Engineered building materials from LP Building Products, a proud partner of the University of Georgia Athletics Association. Build with us.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission 404-656-4501 or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Students and fans, we need a rivalry shirt. This is your chance to have your own creative image in front of Georgia football fans by entering the State Farm Rivalry T-shirt contest. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com before September the 28th, and you could win $1,000 and have your image printed on the student shirts for the Georgia Tech game. So go to GeorgiaDogs.com and click the Win Prizes page for all the details. It's all courtesy of State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Ed Voiles Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. Why wouldn't they? We're lowering the price of the 2011 Hyundai Sonata lease to $189 per month with $19.99 down, or you can choose a 2011 Hyundai Genesis sedan lease for only $299 per month with $3,500 down, each for 36 months at 12,000 miles a year. We are uncensored. Cow Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edvoileshyundai.com.
We are minutes from kickoff, and time now for the Lowe's Senior Class Award Game Day Report Card. Lowe's, let's build something together. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
All right, and before we grade the team, let's pause for station identification. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP. Lowe's is the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. Eric Zier, let's grade the team as we get ready for kickoff.
Well, Scott, it took a little while this morning to get these fans into the house, but they are here now and they are loud. We've got to start fast. We've got to set the tone for this game in the first couple of series, both on offense and on defense. We've got to come out of the gate strong, so that's number one. We've got to bring pressure early and often, put Steven Garcia on his back and disrupt the flow of this Carolina offense. We get 3 sacks today. We're going to be able to do that, disrupt the flow. And then the second is when we get into the red zone, we've got to put touchdowns on the board, not just field goals, but touchdowns. We do that, we're going to be fine.
White towels being waved by the South Carolina fans here at Williams-Brice Stadium. Gamecocks all in garnet today. Garnet and black and white are their colors. Garnet tops, garnet pants, white helmets. Georgia in their road white tops, silver breeches, red helmets. Our referee today is Hubert Owens. South Carolina won the toss. They elect to receive. So the Bulldogs will be kicking from the south end of the stadium here in Columbia, south to north. That's right to left as we view it. And they'll have Chris Culliver in his season debut as the deep man for South Carolina. Blair Walsh will be handling the kicking chores for Georgia as he tees it up just inside the far hash mark on the 30-yard line. Culliver, South Carolina's all-time leading return man in number of returns and in return yardage. He's never returned one for a touchdown. Let's hope it doesn't happen now. Here we are set to go as Walsh gets his foot into one. A low wobbler, bounces on the 25, picked up by Culliver at the 9. Far hash headed this way to the near sideline, running laterally and will be corralled by Sanders Cummings on the 21-yard line. Also Sean Williams in on the tackle for Georgia. And here's how the Bulldogs will line up on defense as South Carolina goes offensive. 1st and 10 from their own 21. Woods, Tyson, and Dobbs across the front line. Gamble, Dent, Robinson, and Houston, the linebackers. Cuff, Boykin are the corners, and Hamilton and Rambo are the safeties. Alshon Jeffrey, the all-freshman wide receiver from last year, breaks out to the far side for South Carolina. Now they shift a group of players from left to right in a tight formation on the right side with Garcia in the shotgun standing on the 15. There's the snap. Garcia in the pocket. Pump fakes. Now he tries to escape the pocket. He's hit by Hamilton at the 19, stays on his feet and falls forward to maybe the 22-yard line. Took a pretty good shot from Jakar Hamilton, one of the safeties, Z, as he came up and looked like he wanted to run the football.
Yeah, he sure did there. Great coverage by the Georgia defensive backfield there to completely lock down the Carolina receivers. Not much of a pass rush from the Georgia defensive line. Garcia had some time and showed us how tough he is, bouncing off a couple of those hits.
2 receivers to the near side, Jeffrey and Gurley. Shotgun. They stay in that formation. Handed off this time. Running straight ahead is the freshman Marcus Lattimore. And he tripped over one of the linemen trying to get through the hole, and he fell down just shy of the 24-yard line. So not much of a gain there. It's 3rd and 7 now for South Carolina, just inside their own 24-yard line.
Dogs came out, just played cover 4. Not a whole lot of different looks so far from the Dogs.
2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side for South Carolina. They'll stay in the shotgun. Lattimore's the lone setback. Now Garcia up under center. 3 down linemen for Georgia. Here they come. Quick drop back. They throw a little slant pattern to the left receiver, D.L. Moore, and he is going to get the first down. Just a quick, short slant, Z, and he picks up enough yardage for the first down. Let's see where they mark it at the 33. Darrell Gamble was dragging him down, but hold it. Check a flag on the play. Officials are discussing it. Here's Hubert Owens, ineligible receiver for South Carolina, so that'll wipe out the first down.
Ineligible receiver. Downfield on the legal forward pass. Number 47 was covered up. That penalty was 5 yards from the previous spot. Still 3rd down.
The penalty was on Patrick DeMarco, who was number 47. He plays fullback, but he's been moved to tight end, at least for that formation. He'll move back and forth, but they said he was covered up, so illegal man. That'll wipe out the first down, make it 3rd and long now, 3rd and 12.
It's a good example there, though, from Carolina of how they want to use these big receivers, 6'4" and 6'5" guys out there, big, strong receivers.
3rd and 12 from the 19 for Carolina. They run a draw to Lattimore. He's got a room to run on the left side of the field across the 25, hit at the 30, still moving and out of bounds into the Georgia sideline at the 35-yard line. Vance Cuff hit him first, and Bakari Rambo finished him off, shoving him out of bounds, but he got about 15 or 16 yards on that run to the 35.
Yeah, and that brought this Carolina crowd to its feet. The highly touted freshman, nice run there, just on a little draw play. Had a lot of space to run. He had 54 yards last week in his debut against Southern Miss.
Back up to the line quickly. 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Handoff again to Lattimore, running straight ahead, tiptoeing over bodies as he picks up 5 to the 40. Lattimore running straight ahead. Akeem Dent and Rambo coming in to make the tackle for the Georgia defense. It's going to be 2nd and 5, 5.5 now for South Carolina. They go without the huddle. Moving left to right. Lamar Scruggs in the ball game now for South Carolina, one of the receiver positions, and D.L. Moore. 2 men split to the near side and 1 to the far side. They stay in the shotgun. Here's the handoff to Lattimore. He's trying to get around the left end, and he's tripped up shy of the 40. They'll mark it back around the 38 or 39-yard line. Cuff, the corner, came up to take his legs out from under him. That'll make it 2nd down and about 6, 7 maybe. He lost 3. 3rd down, excuse me. 3rd down and 7 for South Carolina.
The perfect defense called right there for Georgia. Vance Cuff coming on a corner fire, a corner blitz, right into that off-tackle play that Carolina tried to run.
Carolina shifts DeMarco to the tight end on the left side. Lattimore's the lone setback. They stay in the shotgun to Garcia. Here's the snap. He'll drop back to pass from the 29, dumps it off to the near side to DeMarco. He's got a lot of space on the near side all the way across midfield and down to the Georgia 45-yard line. And here comes a flag as Bakari Rambo made the hit on DeMarco, and the flag came in right after the tackle. And it may be on South Carolina. At least that's the initial indication by Vance Cuff of Georgia. Let's see. Yep, block in the back on South Carolina right there at the end of the play.
Well, a couple penalties there helping out the Dogs, it looks like.
We'll get the official word from Hubert Owens here in a moment.
Illegal block in the back. Number 9 on the offense. The penalty is for 10 yards from the end of the run. 3rd down.
Ace Saunders, the freshman from Bradenton, Florida, the culprit for South Carolina. So they mark the ball back to the South Carolina 45-yard line.
Carolina there caught us in man-to-man. We had one safety high. DeMarco able to sneak out just on a little out route. We got caught up with our linebackers inside. DeMarco was running free with really nobody in 5 or 6 yards from him.
After the assessment of the 10-yard penalty, the ball is left at the line of the game. Therefore, it will be 1st down.
So they got the 1st down as the explanation comes from Hubert Owens. They got the 1st down, and then they marked off the penalty, so it'll be 1st and 10 for South Carolina from their own 45-yard line. Akeem Dent, Georgia's linebacker, wearing 31 today, the jersey of Quentin Banks, who, of course, is no longer able to play. Chris Durham wore that jersey last week. Dent has it on today. South Carolina with the football at their own 45, 1st and 10. They stay in the shotgun, handoff to Lattimore. Breaks the tackle at the line of scrimmage, still running, and gang tackled at the Georgia 45 after a gain of 10 yards. Let's go down to the sideline for this Cooks Pest Control sideline report. Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Scott, penalties like that on South Carolina will drive a coach crazy anytime, but there was no need for that one, as they already had the 1st down and much more yardage. Saunders came up, hit Cuff in the back.
Yeah, it ended up not costing much of anything. They still had the 1st down. They just lost about 10 yards on the play, but it was still 1st and 10, as it is right now as they moved into Georgia territory. Handoff to Lattimore. Breaks free at the line of scrimmage, still moving with his back towards the end zone and pushing back with his feet as he drives a Georgia defender back the other way at the 35-yard line. Gain of 9, Boykin. Brandon Boykin and Jakar Hamilton finally slowing Lattimore down, but the freshman is running early.
Well, and they're just getting in gun, spreading everybody out, just running a little read option. Lattimore's taking that ball, finding some gaps and some seams in the Georgia defensive line and running hard once he gets it.
Gamecocks at the Georgia 34-yard line. 1st and 10 from there. Garcia in the shotgun. Will hand it to Lattimore. Starts right, stops, goes back left. Not much there. We sealed up the middle as Lattimore loses his helmet on the tackle. Christian Robinson held him up and drove him back. Makes the stop for no gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Gamecocks. We are scoreless first quarter. 10-17. Dogs haven't touched the ball yet. South Carolina won the toss, took the opening kick, and they have driven to Georgia's 34-yard line, where it's 2nd down and a long 9. Garcia in the shotgun, 2 receivers in tight on the left side and 2 on the right. And Lattimore shifting in the backfield as the lone setback for the Gamecocks. There's the snap, play fake to Lattimore, throw it out to the right side with a blocker, a little side screen, the wide receiver screen on the right side to Alshon Jeffrey, the 6'4 receiver from St. Matthews, South Carolina. He pushes the ball down to the 24-yard line. Tackle made by Brandon Boykin and Jakar Hamilton. But he got another 1st down for South Carolina as he moves down to the 24-yard line.
And again, you see the size of these Carolina receivers paying dividends. Nothing more than a little bubble screen, and then Jeffrey's just carrying people down to the 1st down.
Gain of 10 for the Gamecocks. They continue to move against this Georgia defense on their opening possession. Clock at 9:23, first quarter action. 1st down and 10 for South Carolina. Garcia's going to run with it to the right side. He is tripped up by Rambo at the 20, but he dives forward for a couple of more down to the 18-yard line. And he picks up about 6 on the play. Let's see where they spot it exactly. They will spot it between the 17 and the 18. They give him 7, so it's 2nd down and 3.
The same read option play. That time Garcia just pulled it out of Lattimore's belly and kept it himself. The Dogs there brought down a safety. We've been hurt with Lattimore running the football, so we actually brought some safeties down into the box on that play.
3 receivers set, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Hand off to Lattimore. Try to find an opening on the left tackle side of the line of scrimmage. He shakes a little bit and then is knocked to the ground around the 15-yard line by Justin Houston and Keontae Tripp. Houston, the 6'3 junior from Statesboro, and Tripp, a 6'6 senior from Atlanta. Guy who's been back and forth offense to defense in his career. Played some tight end and some offensive line in previous years. Is back at defensive end this season and most of last year. It's going to be 3rd and 1 for South Carolina, just shy of the 15-yard line. Garcia in the shotgun. They're on the Georgia 15 and moving. Hand off to Lattimore. Starts left, cuts back right, gets the 1st down. Tackle made by Houston. Justin Houston makes the stop, but not before Lattimore got the 1st down. Dent also in on the hit for Georgia. But South Carolina steadily driving down the field as Lattimore, Eric, has big gaping holes to run through on that line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he really does. This South Carolina offensive line winning the battle right now. We've already adjusted defensively. Last play, we brought Jakar Hamilton down, just missed the tackle, but we're starting to bring our safeties into the mix, so we're going to be out on islands if we continue to do that on the outside against these big Carolina receivers.
Shotgun snap to Garcia. He'll lob it up to the right side. Wide open is Maddox. He dropped it diving into the end zone. Brian Maddox, a 5'11 senior from Anderson, South Carolina, had beaten his man by a couple of yards. Dove into the end zone from Garcia's little lob pass to the right corner. Couldn't hang on when he hit the ground.
Boy, and Garcia's going to want that one back. Ball may have been caught, but Maddox was running wide open, just ran a little wheel route. We had him man-to-man and lost him as soon as he turned up the field. Nobody within 4 or 5 steps on him. Couldn't have been an easier pass. Dogs catch a break there.
So they'll try it again on 2nd down and 10 from the 11. Garcia takes the shotgun snap, hesitates, whistles blow, flags on the field. Maybe motion on South Carolina. If so, this would be the, 3rd penalty on this possession, but they are eating some clock here in the first quarter. They've taken half the quarter.
False start. Number 77 on the offense. That penalty is 5 yards. 2nd down.
Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T. Thinking of changing banks? Think about one that's been a respected part of the community for over 135 years. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Penalty backs up the Gamecocks 5 yards, Eric.
Yeah, no, it sure does, and that's the 3rd penalty. for 20 yards. Hasn't really slowed down this offense. Lattimore, 48 yards, only had 54 all of last week, so off to a great start here for him.
South Carolina on the Georgia 16, second down and 15. They throw it to Jeffrey coming across from the right side, down the middle of the field, breaking tackle, spinning, still on his feet. He scores a touchdown. He must have hit every Georgia player in a white jersey. That is Torrey Gurley. Jeffrey caught the ball. Excuse me, it is Alshon Jeffrey who caught the ball, and Gurley was blocking for him. But it is a spinning touchdown from the 16-yard line for South Carolina as they get on the board first.
The previous play is under further review.
That's Herbert Owens, our referee. They're going to review that he fumbled the ball. That's what it was. From our vantage point up here, it's kind of hard to see. His knee may have been down before he broke the plane, but he lost the ball. Did Gurley recover it for South Carolina? So then he's the one that's actually scored the touchdown. Let's go down to the sidelines for Cook's Pest Control sideline report and Chuck Dowdle. Chuck, you had a better view down there than I did up here.
Yeah, Scott, there was a fumble, but I from where I stood, it looked like the ground caused the fumble. I think they're going to rule that he was down and bring that ball back to about the 1-yard line. Now, then there'll be a debate if it was a first down or not, but, let's wait and see what the officials, look at. They've got a lot more tools at their disposal up in that replay booth, but from where I was standing, it appeared to be a fumble, but the ground caused the fumble.
All right, well, the play is under review. As Chuck alluded to, the first down marker is just inside the 1-yard line, so it is possible if they spot it there inside the 1 that South Carolina could have it first and goal. We'll see what the review, what the determination is here in just a moment. Stay tuned after today's ball game. More football programming for you as we broadcast live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. It's Dog Talk after the game.
And you get a pretty good feel for what Carolina wants to do offensively. Establish the run. They've already been able to do that. Big gaping holes in the Georgia defensive line. And when they're throwing the football, using the size of those big receivers to throw some short passes and then let them take the ball and run it downfield. Right there, some pretty poor tackling from the Georgia defensive backs, with Jeffrey making a couple people miss and then bouncing off people. As you look at the replay, it does look like his knee was down, so we may catch a little bit of a break, but not much of one as they're knocking on the door here for 6 points.
You mentioned, Eric, the tackling from last week. It was very crisp and solid last week. Not so much so here in the first quarter today.
No, and it makes a difference. Again, you step up the level of competition. This Carolina team has got a lot of potent weapons. And you look at Lattimore and how highly touted he was coming out. He looks to be every bit of what he was billed to be. And
after review, the ruling is that the ball carrier's knee was down prior to losing possession of the football. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line, third down.
Hubert Owens with the explanation there, so the Dogs can get back to work on defense here. South Carolina will have it third and a little more than a yard from the 2. As we said, they can get a first down just inside the 1. So it'll be 3rd and 1 from the 2 for South Carolina as they take the points off the board on the review. 7:17, clock moving, first quarter. We are scoreless. South Carolina's had the ball the entire quarter so far. They flip-flop receivers from left to right, move a tight end to the right side, run a power formation on the right. Lattimore's the tailback. Garcia in the shotgun. Will hand it off to Lattimore. He pushes his way into the end zone. Touchdown. He bounced off a would-be tackler and a blocker, and then just kind of slid off to the right, fell into the end zone, so they get the 6 anyway.
Yeah, again, we're making contact in the backfield, just can't seem to wrap up and pull him down. Probably a better job there, the way Lattimore's running the football, than anything negative against us, but pretty impressive drive there for Carolina to start this game.
Spencer Lanning on to try the point after attempt. Seth Strickland the holder. And it's good. And South Carolina has a 7-0 lead. 6:58 to go, first quarter. Gamecocks strike first. They're up 7-0 on Georgia. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
You named your sons Herschel and Buck. Took up beekeeping just so you could squish them. Even got a tattoo of Ugga on your, well, never mind. Scott Howard here. You haven't done all you can to show you love UGA until you get Bulldogs banking from Bank of America. Your debit card comes with the UGA logo, plus you help support the university with every purchase. It's how real fans bank. To learn more, visit a Bank of America banking center or go to bankofamerica.com/UGA. Bank of America NA member FDIC. Copyright 2010. Bank of America Corporation. Account setup fee may apply in some states.
I don't know. Maybe you're one of those individuals who doesn't want to save money on car insurance. Maybe you're an alien from another planet. Maybe on your world the words saving and money have no meaning. Well, I feel sorry for you. But around here, if you want to save money on car insurance, you switch to Geico. Just like 4 million humans switched to Geico last year. Welcome to planet Earth.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you hundreds on car insurance.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Attention Xfinity Sports Fan University. Class is now in session.
Hey, Fred, tell me again why I'm bringing a tiger to the gym.
Well, Xfinity has the most college football in the South this year, so the department's getting all the mascots together to celebrate.
That gator's giving me a funny eye.
Nah, I wouldn't worry. He mainly goes after Bulldog. Yep, Xfinity has both ESPNU and CSS, so you get all the games that matter.
I don't think these guys like each other that much.
You should see them when they get on the field.
Switch to digital preferred TV on Xfinity from Comcast for the most live college football in the South. With CSS and ESPNU, you get all the action. Or get digital starter TV for as low as $29.99 a month with a free HD DVR for 6 months. Only on Xfinity, home of the most live sports. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 9/21/10. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. After promotion, regular rates apply. Equipment installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra. Visit Xfinity.com for details.
South Carolina leads Georgia 7-0 here in the first quarter. A text message from Texaco. Want to help keep your car running great? Do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. South Carolina's offense ran great on that first possession. A mammoth 16-play drive, 79 yards, took 8:02 off the clock, and Lattimore scores his third rushing touchdown of the season for South Carolina.
Yeah, he really looked good. That Carolina defense just up and down the field on us. Forces into nickel pretty much that entire series, spreading it out with multiple receivers. So we had 2 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers, 5 defensive backs. Opened up some pretty big holes for Lattimore to take off and just dash us up the middle.
Joey Scribner-Howard will kick it off. Brandon Boykin, the deep man. The kick sailing to the left corner. Boykin shifts to catch it at the 4 on the sideline. Straight ahead, 15, 20. Ducks through a hole, 25, near the 30 and over the 30. And the pile is right there on the 31-yard line. Brandon Davis and Aldrich Fordham made the stop for South Carolina as Boykin returned it from the 4 out to about the, they're going to bring it back inside the 30. So about a 26-yard return for Brandon Boykin. And Georgia will go on offense for the first time in the ballgame.
We talked about getting off to a fast start. That obviously didn't happen, but we need something here out of the offense to get this crowd quieted down just a bit.
While Sean Ely is the tailback, he gets the pitch and hits to the outside, finds running room on the sideline, far side, first down and more for Ely. Auguste, the free safety, came up to make the hit, but Washawn Ely picks up 13 yards, maybe a yard or two more than that, out to the 43-yard line for Georgia on the first play from scrimmage.
Yeah, that's a nice way to start. Good block over there by Orson Charles, helping Ely to get outside and around the corner there.
Dogs up to the line, running out of the I formation. Aaron Murray, the quarterback. Ely, the tail, will take the handoff, straight ahead running. Cordy Glenn blocking, Ben Jones, and not a whole lot of running room there for Ely. He gets a couple to the 45. It'll be second down and 8 for the Bulldog offense. South Carolina leading 7-0. 6:06 to go in the first quarter. The linebacker Dickerson and the strong safety Holloman made the stop for South Carolina, clad all in garnet today with white helmets. Georgia in their road whites and moving from right to left. Murray under center. Dogs will stay in the I. Second down, 8 for Georgia. Toss it to Ely. Got blocking on the far side, crosses the 50 and into South Carolina territory and corralled just shy of the 45-yard line. It'll be another first down for Georgia. Josh Davis and Sean Chappas leading the way, along with Orson Charles. There's some crushing blocks on the far side that just collapsed the left side of the line of scrimmage for South Carolina, and Ely ran right around the corner. Dickerson up to make the tackle, the linebacker out of Camden County High School in Kingsland, Georgia. 1st and 10 Bulldogs from the South Carolina 45. Dogs quickly into Carolina territory. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Georgia. Murray hands it off. Ely sidesteps the tackler at the 45, weaves his way up to the 41-yard line. A gain of 4 for Washawn Ely, the sophomore from Stillmore. Georgia is running well here in his first game. Orson Charles with another massive block for the Bulldogs from his tight end position, and again Dickerson on the stop for South Carolina.
Well, the Dogs answering that initial blow there by Carolina in fine fashion, with our offensive line coming out and creating some pretty big holes as well. Carolina right now surprisingly playing some cover 2, so 2 deep safeties, leaving some room to run there in the middle of the field.
Murray stays under center. We'll give it to Washawn Ely running the right side, pushing right behind Chris Davis, trying to find some running room. Only gets about a yard to the 40. Ely ran out of real estate right there. Lottie Ajaboy, a 6'1", 290-pound senior from Riverdale, and Travian Robertson, 2 inside guys, clogging up the hole, making the stop for South Carolina. It's 3rd down and 5 for the Bulldogs, and the noise becomes a factor here at Williams-Brice Stadium.
Yeah, Scott, almost immediately we see Carolina's adjustment. They actually brought both safeties and walked them up, not into the box, but pretty close into the box, offering some support for that run defense.
3rd and 5 from the Gamecock 40. Georgia moving right to left. Murray in the shotgun. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side. Murray back, plenty of time, throws, open, complete. Marlon Brown at the 35, heads downfield, gets the first down and a few more. Down to the 31-yard line. Again, Dickerson on the stop, along with Akeem Auguste, the free safety from Hollywood, Florida. Marlon Brown wide open in the middle, Eric.
He really was, and a great read there by Aaron Murray. Carolina was showing 3 deep. All of a sudden, right at the snap, went to a cover 2 invert. Very difficult to see, especially for a freshman quarterback. He picked it up right away. The weakness there in that defense is right in the middle of the field. Aaron picked up Marlon Brown. Great read there by the freshman quarterback.
Gain of 9 and a first down, Georgia. 1st and 10 from the Gamecock 31-yard line. I formation for the Bulldogs. Carlton Thomas is the tailback. He takes the handoff, hesitates at the line, moves to the left, and gains about 1 before he is brought down by Stephon Gilmore and Cliff Matthews, the defensive end. First time we've called his name today, but we expect to call it a lot if he has his usual type game for South Carolina.
Boy, we may have got away with a bit of a hold there off the edge as they were bringing some pressure outside. Looked like Orson Charles just reached out there and hooked the guy coming off the corner, but no flag.
Thomas still the tailback. Troops in the ballgame, far side receiver, along with Logan Gray on the near side. Chappas is the full in the eye, and Murray is under center. 2nd down, 9 from the Carolina 30. Play fake. Murray tucks it, stands in the pocket. He throws. Logan Gray down the middle, over his head, and incomplete. Logan Gray was at the goal line, covered by Chris Culliver, but the ball a little high for Logan Gray and a little far. It'll bring up 3rd down and 9 for Georgia.
Good thought, though, there from the Dogs. Carolina went single safety, had Logan Gray just on a post. Little miscommunication. We actually had the safety come up and bite, so we had a shot to complete it. That ball's got to be thrown more in the middle of the field, especially when that safety vacates, and let the receiver go get it.
Dogs on 3rd down and 9. Shotgun snap to Murray. Murray, plenty of time, moves in the pocket, throws to the near side. It is caught by Tavares King at the 16-yard line. The redshirt sophomore from Mount Airy makes his first catch of the year. Didn't play last week. Auguste makes the stop for South Carolina, but it is a Bulldog first down at the 16-yard line.
Give some credit to the Georgia offensive line right there. That play takes a long time to develop. We ran a clear out with Tavares King on a corner route coming underneath. That clear out route takes a long time to develop. Aaron Murray had all day to throw that football, and Tavares King at the top of that route. Good job coming back to the ball to make the catch.
Gain of 14. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Here it's 1st and 10 from the 16. Play fake, roll out Murray. Right side, throws back across his body, hits the hands of Orson Charles, and he dropped it at the 2, trying to backpedal into the end zone. The pass a little bit behind him, it looked like. but it did it apparently hit him in the hands.
Well, that's a dangerous pass. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it was drawn up. Aaron Murray rolling out to his right, had a shot to get it to his receiver, but had to throw it back across the field. That's one of the cardinal sins if you're a quarterback, to be rolling one way, throw it back into the middle of the field. Ball was a little bit behind it, but good thing that wasn't picked off. Dangerous pass.
That happened in Georgia's favor last week against Lafayette. Gauthier, their quarterback, threw across his body. Jakar Hamilton took it in. Hand off to Ely. Hit at the line of scrimmage, spins forward, and falls to the 14 for a gain of 2.
So far, Carolina in the red zone, they've gone man-to-man or one high at least with the safeties. Some opportunity outside to get the ball outside through throwing the football. But this is where Carolina was so tough last week. Southern Miss 6 trips inside the Carolina 20. Result was only 2 field goals.
Dogs huddle up 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 8 for Georgia from the Carolina 14. South Carolina leads it 7-0. 1:17 to go in the first quarter. Dogs in the I formation. 2 receivers right. Play fake. Murray will throw from the near hash. Throws it to Orson Charles. He bobbles it. He's hit. He caught it. And then he falls forward to the 10. He's going to be shy of the first down by about 4 yards. But Orson Charles just had to really make a strong effort just to catch the football. He hit him in the hands again, and he had to bobble it 2 or 3 times before he actually possessed it.
Well, he did. Carolina there went to that same cover 2 invert look. Again, pretty difficult to read. But Logan Gray standing wide open in the outside of the end zone. That's not where Aaron Reed took him, though.
Dogs will try a field goal from the 17 or 18-yard line. A 28-yarder is good by Blair Walsh, and the Dogs get points on their first possession. And with 38 seconds to go in the first quarter, it is Carolina 7 and Georgia 3. Back for more Bulldog football right after this. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Man, this Wi-Fi on every AirTran flight is awesome for managing our fantasy league.
Yeah, sure is.
It's like a fantasy league.
Clever.
Hey, let's resume our trade talks right here on the plane. What do you want for Atlanta Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan?
Let's start with your pretzels.
Got it.
Pretzels make me thirsty. How about that apple juice, too?
Fine.
Oh, I like that watch. How about you hand that over?
No way, dude. My dad gave me this watch.
Buddy, this is Matt Ryan we're talking about. Your father didn't raise you to pass up a fantasy league gold mine?
No, he did not.
No, your dad was a son. If you were ever involved in a fantasy football trade on an airplane, you give up that watch.
Actually, that sounds exactly like my dad.
Good. And trade completed.
Hey, could you say you love me? In my dad's voice.
No, dude.
Hi, this is Matt Ryan. Check out airtran.com and book a low fare with Airtran Airways, my official airline and proud sponsor of your Atlanta Falcons. Plus, with Wi-Fi now on every Airtran flight, you can always stay connected. Airtran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the record, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Proud to stand on our own. Proud to be homegrown. A familiar face and a name you know. Come on, we know you, we know your needs. We know what being a neighbor means. Can you hear that? Fueling the American spirit. No matter when, no matter where, Marathon will take you there.
Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Green South Equipment is a proud sponsor of Georgia football and home to the all-new John Deere Gator 825i utility vehicle, the fastest and most powerful Gator yet. Visit greensouth.com for a location near you. As Georgia goes 60 yards in 13 plays, it took 6 minutes and 20 seconds, and Blair Walsh delivers with his 3rd field goal of the year, a 28-yard field goal by Walsh to make it 7-3 here late in the first quarter. And Walsh now preparing to kick it off from right to left for Georgia. Culver back deep for South Carolina. This time it's a high and deep end-over-end kick. Comes down to Culver, 3 yards deep in the end zone. He's going to run it out 5, 10, 15, hole at the 20, 25, still on his feet, just tripped up as he crosses the 30. Here comes a flag. He fell forward to the 34-yard line, but let's check the flag. Culliver had a lot of space between the hash marks on that kick return.
He really did. He's explosive. I'll tell you, on the first kickoff return that he had as well, if not for Sanders Cummings making a nice tackle, he would have gotten outside on that one and had a pretty nice return as well.
Here's Hubert Owens, our referee.
During the return, holding, number 18 on the receiving team. That penalty is 10 yards from the spot of the foul. First down.
Another penalty against South Carolina. Might be their fourth of the game. We've got a time here with 31 seconds to go in the first quarter. South Carolina leading Georgia 7-3. More Bulldog football coming up right after this from ISP.
Georgia legend Vince Dooley for Champion Window Siding and Patio Rooms.
Well, I've always said what I like about Champion, first of all, is the name, Champion. I think that's what everybody strives for, to be a champion. And to be able to have windows that's going to lower your utility bill up to 30%. In this day and time, that is extremely important.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new Champion windows. Or call 770-817-1953 for Champion.
Living the solid life. Day 21.
A few weeks ago, I sat down with a SunTrust branch manager and told her my money was getting harder to control. Well, she said, what if I showed you how to track your spending and automatically set aside savings? Show away, I replied. It's day 21, and I'm living solid.
SunTrust is here to help you take charge of your money. Visit suntrust.com/solid. Stop by a nearby branch or call 800-SunTrust. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank member FDIC.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
My kids impress me every day.
Daddy, I got an A in my math quiz. I made the soccer team.
Daddy, I've just been asked to be ambassador to Azerbaijan.
See what I mean? But when I want to impress them, I take them to Arby's for a $2.99 meal deal. That's a junior deluxe sandwich, regular curly fries, and a drink for just $2.99. Impressive taste at an impressive price. Right, Princess?
That's Ambassador Princess.
The $2.99 meal deal, junior deluxe, regular curly fries, and a drink. Only at Arby's. For a limited time at participating Arby's.
Next time you print, ask yourself, did I really need to waste that piece of paper? Experts say corporations can spend up to 3% of their revenue on printing with little or no cost control measures in place. Let the experts in Milner Complete Care help your business take 20 to 30% off the bottom line. Milner Complete Care can show you how to make your printing more environmentally friendly. Call 1-800-875-5042 and find out how Complete Care from Milner can benefit your organization today.
Show your Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Georgia had 13 guys on the field standing for defense, so that I guess that South Carolina didn't know all the personnel, and now we are set and ready to go. As South Carolina has the ball, 1st and 10 from its own 24-yard line. 7-3, Gamecocks lead. And the Gamecocks, Garcia will run out of the shotgun. He brings it down, wants to run, and then acted like he wanted to sidearm one. He was falling, but we're going to stop him at the 22, maybe the 23-yard line. Justin Houston, with pressure, was able to trip him up just shy of the line of scrimmage. Christian Robinson in on the tackle as well. And he's going to lose a yard on that, so it's going to be 2nd down and 11 back on the 23 now for South Carolina.
Garcia lucky that ball didn't get batted away as well as he was falling down, tried a little pump fake out to the side.
Not real good ball security, eh?
No,
I mean, he's trying to throw it as he's falling down. You know, he's just got it hanging out there. That's going to be the end of the first quarter with South Carolina leading Georgia by a score of 7-3 here in Columbia. Back for second quarter action in just a moment. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Leather football helmets were considered adequate head protection back in the old days. Similarly, there was a time when old-fashioned liquid chemical solutions were considered adequate termite protection for homes. It's 2010. Time to upgrade to the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
At
Texaco text message from Mike.
I'm an auto tech, as an automobile technician, but people think mechanic. It's a lot more complicated than that these days. I use a computer way more than a wrench, but some things are still the same, like a clean engine performs better, and no gasoline cleans better than Texaco with Techron.
People who know cars trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron.
Maybe we need a new title like Gear Gurus or Motor Masters, Engineers. Hey.
Texaco with Techron. Trust your car to the star.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
I'm George Head, business manager of the Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Service Technicians Local 72. If you're a business owner or developer considering a new project, then quality workmanship and state-certified technicians are important to you. Pick up the phone and call us today at 404-373-5778 or visit our website at ua72.org. We take pride in what we do, so make that call. We want to keep Georgians working.
Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit GeorgiaDogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Hungry Man Frozen Dinners, Duncan Hines, and Mrs. Butterworth Syrup. Go Dogs!
David Shumay back inside the ISP Network studios. We check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's ultra-fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. We go to the top 25. Kansas, a devastating loss last week to North Dakota State. Trying to bounce back this week, has pulled even with number 15, Georgia Tech. Tied at 7, 3:25 to play in the opening quarter. Jordan Webb, a 15-yard touchdown pass to Bradley McDougald, has the game tied at 7. Again, 4 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Scott?
All right, David, thank you very much. Here it is 7-3. South Carolina leading Georgia as we get set to start the second quarter. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T. Over 135 years experience making sound financial decisions in the best interest of their clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. South Carolina, second down and 11 from their own 23-yard line. And Garcia in the shotgun. Marcus Lattimore, the freshman tailback, is the lone setback, stands to his right. Snap to Garcia in the pocket, has time. Now will run straight ahead. Now to the near side. He pump fakes, pulls it down, gets across the 25, 26, maybe the 27-yard line. Gain of about 4. Akeem Dent and Brandon Boykin come up to make the hit for Bulldog defense. After a 4-yard gain for Garcia, it will be third down and 7.
There's nowhere there for Garcia to throw the football. But again, that South Carolina offensive line doing a great job of keeping Garcia up on his feet. A lot of time to move back there and throw the football, having to scramble just because there's nowhere to throw the football down the field.
Dogs across the front with Dobbs and Wood and Washington. And then Houston coming in from the left side. Shotgun snap to Garcia. In the pocket, it closes a little bit. He fires. It is caught at the 33-yard line by D.L. Moore. He turns and falls forward for one more. Akeem Dent right there to make the tackle. It's going to be close to the first down. We'll see. It may be a bit shy. Looks like the ball is just shy of the 34-yard line. They may have to measure, and that's what Hubert Owens, our referee, is calling for the chains to come on. Looks like the marker across the way, Z, is right at the 34. My guess is it's going to be just a tad bit shy, and if that's the case, it'll be fourth down.
Yeah, it looks like it from here, and that was the first time that the Dogs defensively able to get back and force Garcia to let go of the football a little before he wanted. Akeem did good job getting into the backfield, but again, just more time than we'd like to see him have.
Well, they stretched the chains out. He got it by like the thickness of one of the laces on the football. It was that close as he gets the first down. Subway's the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. So South Carolina got the first down. It'll be 1st and 10 now from their own 34.
Scott, here's a stat that you don't want to see if you're a Dogs fan. Is Carolina right now 5 for 5 on third down.
Georgia,
yeah, they
called a timeout to challenge the ruling on the field.
They were 4 for 4 in that first possession. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for this Cooks Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Yeah, Scott, they're challenging the spot of that ball that'll enable South Carolina to get the first down. If they come up indeed shy here, let me tell you something that was interesting. You remember last week, following the mental mistake that allowed Louisiana Lafayette to score a touchdown, Coach Todd Grantham, defensive coordinator, just jumped in the faces of the Georgia defense and in front of the South stands in Athens and got huge cheers and ovations. There was none of that following that opening drive and score by South Carolina this time. Instead, some very calm coaching. He kept his defense gathered around him throughout that 6-minute-plus drive that Georgia's offense had. They went out on that field, coached up, and let's hope that they come up with a proper spot here and that Georgia does, in fact, hold on third down.
Well, looking at the replay that we see, it might be advantageous to Georgia. It looks like he got an extremely generous spot, maybe by as much as a yard more than he should have, according to the replay that we just looked at. So they may back it up a little bit, and it may be like 4th and 1.
Yeah, it could be. When you take a look at the replay, he looks well short of that first down.
D.L. Moore was the guy trying to stretch for the first down yardage. He's 6'4", 211, out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And they may have given him a little bit more than he deserved as they review it. Georgia challenging the play, the spot of the ball. So they're reviewing it in the booth. Georgia fans, G Extra is changing our name to GTV. GTV, the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports.
After review, the ruling on the field stands.
Oh, wow.
Georgia is charged with their first timeout. They have no more challenges remaining in the first half.
I just don't get it. I do not get it.
That didn't even look close. I can't believe they must have had a much different angle. Like from behind the line of scrimmage. It was an end zone shot they must have been using.
GTV brings you live game coverage plus features and highlights. Log on to GeorgiaDogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan no matter where you live. Unless you're a Georgia fan in Columbia today after that ruling. My goodness. It clearly looked like he was nowhere near the 34-yard line in the review that we saw, but we don't get paid to do that, do we? First down, South Carolina. Play fake Garcia, quick throw out to the right side. They've got the big guy Jeffrey out there at 6'4", making the catch. Brandon Smith makes the tackle for Georgia just shy of the 40. They move it back to the 39-yard line. So they give him 6 on that quick throw to the right side. Quick snap for South Carolina. They'll try to set up a screen to the near side. And the pass is complete to D.L. Moore at the 44-yard line. He ducks behind a blocker. Gets across the 45 up to the 48-yard line. Brandon Smith hit him first. Jakar Hamilton finished him off for the Bulldogs. It's another South Carolina first down as they continue to move.
And Carolina picked up the tempo here all of a sudden, going no huddle.
Hand off to Lattimore. Running room inside across the 50. Knocked down by Justin Houston, falling to the 46-yard line. Rambo also up there to help on the hit. South Carolina moving into Georgia territory with a 7-3 lead. Second quarter action, 12:55 to go in the first half.
Got right now 2 plays giving us problems, the read option and the quick little screen.
46-yard line of Georgia's where South Carolina is. They give it to Lattimore. He's driving through the middle of that line, stumbling forward for first down yardage. They will mark him down at the 36-yard line. A gain of 10 more for South Carolina.
Yep, right back at it again, that read option. We continue to stay in nickel. So we've got 2 defensive tackles and then 4 linebackers.
It's hard to substitute when they run no huddle like they are. Lattimore off the left side trying to push for yardage. Georgia stacks him up at the 34-yard line on the near side here. Not much running room there. And it will be second down. Christian Robinson, the linebacker out of Norcross, and Darrell Gamble make the tackle for Georgia. So that no huddle is good when you move the football, but when you start running off plays and you only get 1 or 2 yards, that's when it starts to back up on you.
Well, it can clog down there again. Carolina's found success just throwing little quick bubble screens out to the outside to those big receivers, and then that read option. Those have been the 2 plays they're primarily hurting us with.
3 receivers right. They snap it to Garcia in the shotgun. He's going down the middle, deep for 6, and just out of the reach of the intended receiver, Barnes, who had a step on his man, Brandon Smith. But fortunately, Garcia had too much on the pass. It was over Barnes' hands by about 1.5 yards perhaps in the end zone. So it's an incomplete pass and third down for South Carolina.
the success Carolina's had running the football so far today, forcing us to bring safeties up into the box to help with run support. Anytime that you do that, you're vulnerable deep and especially over the middle, exactly what they've done.
They line up 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Lattimore's in the backfield. No, check it. That is Kenny Miles in the ball game as the lone setback. Garcia's in the shotgun. Now he comes under center. He's directing traffic as the clock starts to get a little bit close. Garcia takes the snap, and he bobbled it a little bit. And he just tries to make lemonade out of lemons right there, and he didn't do a whole lot with it. Maybe a loss of about a yard at the 34-yard line. So it's going to be 4th down right there. Cornelius Washington falling on top of Garcia as he was just trying to hang on to the football.
Boy, he was there. Did a good job just securing that and getting down. It's the first time this afternoon that Carolina hasn't converted on 3rd down, and it's not like the 3rd downs they've been converting have been 3rd and short, 3rd and 7, 3 times, 1 3rd and 12.
South Carolina lining up for a field goal, and they call a timeout. South Carolina had 10 men on the field. Not quite enough for a 51-yard field goal attempt. We've got a break in the action with 11:18 to go. Second quarter at South Carolina 7, Georgia 3. This is Bulldog football from ISP.
Man, this Wi-Fi on every air transplant is awesome for managing our fantasy league.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's like a fantasy league.
Clever.
Hey, let's resume our trade talks right here on the plane. What do you want for Atlanta Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan?
Let's start with your pretzels.
Done.
Pretzels make me thirsty. How about that apple juice, too?
Fine.
Oh, I like that watch. How about you hand that over?
No way, dude. My dad gave me this watch.
Buddy, this is Matt Ryan we're talking about. Your father didn't raise you to pass up a fantasy league gold mine?
No, he did not.
No, your dad would say, son, if you were ever involved in a fantasy football trade on an airplane, you give up that watch.
Actually, that sounds exactly like my dad.
Good. And trade completed.
Hey, could you say you love me? In my dad's voice.
No, dude.
Hi, this is Matt Ryan. Check out airtrain.com and book a low fare with AirTrain Airways, my official airline and proud sponsor of your Atlanta Falcons. Plus, with Wi-Fi now on every AirTrain flight, you can always stay connected. AirTrain Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of opportunity knocking. Right now at the Ed Boyles Honda clearance event, the 2010 Honda Accord comes with 1.9% financing for up to 60 months with more than 150 Accords still available. And don't forget about the 2010 Honda Civic with 0.9% financing for up to 60 months with over 100 available in stock. Combine that with the Ed Boyles Honda discounts of up to $5,000 and opportunities knocking only at Ed Boyles Honda, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit us at edboyleshonda.com.
Living the solid life. Day 21.
A few weeks ago, I sat down with a SunTrust branch manager and told her my money was getting harder to control. Well, she said, what if I showed you how to track your spending and automatically set aside savings? Show away, I replied. It's day 21, and I'm living solid.
SunTrust is here to help you take charge of your money. Visit suntrust.com/solid. Stop by a nearby branch or call 800-SunTrust. Live solid. Bank solid. SunTrust. SunTrust Bank member FDIC.
David Shumay back inside the ISP Network studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Opening drive of the ballgame for South Florida and Gainesville. 17 plays, 96 yards. Took 10 minutes off the clock, and B.J. Daniels found Andrew Ketchel a 2-yard touchdown strike. 7-0 Bulls on the road. 3 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Scott?
All right, David. So the Gators continue with their offensive struggles. It's early in the swamp. It's in the second quarter right here. 11:18 to go, first half. South Carolina leading Georgia 7-3. Everything worth listening to is on Sirius XM. Spencer Lanning will try a career-long 51-yard field goal. His best effort so far in a Gamecock uniform is 47. They line it up on the near hash, kicking from right to left. Seth Strickland is the holder. There's the snap and the hold. Lanning gets the kick. I think that's going to be short. It's on the way, and it is no good. Just shy of the crossbar. We had Logan Gray back deep, and he tried to field it in the end zone, but it is short on the 51-yard try, and Georgia will take over 1st and 10 from our own 34-yard line.
A little bit of help there from the Carolina Gamecocks with the fumble snap there by Garcia, but a good job bowing our necks and getting a stop. get our offense back on the field. That first series, Dogs did a good job running the football, answering the call after Carolina came out and ran it down our throats for the most part there on that first drive.
Georgia 1st and 10 on its own 34-yard line. Murray, the quarterback, I formation. Ely's in at tail. Double tight end formation for Georgia. Play fake Murray in the pocket. Pressure from behind. He bombs it to the right side, to the left side, going deep down the far sideline for Israel Troop. It is over his head and incomplete. Culliver on the coverage for South Carolina. Step for step with Troop as he tried to dive and catch it going towards the sideline, but unable to make that catch as the ball sailed over his head. So a long incompletion.
Give Culliver a lot of credit there. That was a pretty well-thrown football just out of the reach of our receiver, but Culliver all over him as we were trying to get the ball downfield.
2nd and 10 for Georgia from the 34. Murray under center. We run out of the I. 2 receivers to the left. We bring one in motion a little bit as we slide King behind Durham on the far side. Hand it off to Ely. Collision at the 40 with a defender. Keeps going. Auguste was the guy that he hit, knocked him to the ground, and Ely gets 2 more yards after contact up to the 42-yard line. A gain of 8 for Washawn. It'll be 2nd down or 3rd down, 3rd down, and, well, they give him 7. No, that's about 2.5 yards, I guess. 3rd down into about 2.5, looking at the chains on the far side of the field.
Good job there by Clint Bowling, and Cordy Glenn just opened up a gaping hole on the left side of that Carolina defensive line.
3 receivers in tight on the right side. Now we bring Chappis in motion. We go shotgun to Murray. Going to roll to the right with blocking at the 35, directing traffic. Now going to be dragged down by Devin Taylor, 6'7" defensive end. Back on the 30, let's see where they spot it, 35-yard line. Wait, there are 2 flags in the South Carolina secondary. Let's see what that's all about.
Well, Tavares King and Chris Culliver back there in the back doing a little bit of jawing back and forth.
Georgia's indicating it might be on South Carolina. At least that's what Washawn Ely is saying right now as the officials convene here. Hubert Owens is our referee. They're on the 50-yard line right now discussing the fact that there are 2 flags at the South Carolina 42-yard line after a sack by Murray, or Murray was sacked.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 17 on the defense. After the play was over, personal foul, number 12 on the offense. Those penalties offset. It'll be 4th down.
Well, they dropped the flags, but they didn't mean anything. What it means is that Georgia has to punt. First punt of the game. The All-American Drew Butler comes in, kick it away. Line of scrimmage is the 35-yard line. Stephon Gilmore is the return man deep for South Carolina. He's standing on his own 20-yard line. Fourth down for Georgia. Under 10 minutes to go. Here's the snap and the kick by Butler. A high wobbly spiral. Going to hit on the 28. Take a Gamecock bounce and roll to the 33-yard line. Rolls dead right there. And that's where South Carolina will have the football. Only a 33-yard punt for Drew Butler that time. Second quarter action. South Carolina leading Georgia 7-3 with 9:46 to go. Timeout here in Columbia. Back in a moment. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
In baseball, there are technically only 9 positions on the field of play. But are we not all part of the team? Bleacher bums distracting visiting outfielders. Umpire hecklers chipping away.
Hey, how big is that strike zone?
The pipe organ player may not wear a jersey, but he is an X factor. We're all players in this game we love, and so is the beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser. Budweiser Beer. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Imagine a game loaded with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. With the new all-access scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, that's what you get. You even have a second shot at $200 concert gift certificates and a grand prize insider tour of the LA music scene.
You're with the band, baby.
The new all-access scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery. Music makes everything better. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
In the South, football isn't a season. It's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Seven to 3, South Carolina leading Georgia. Pause for station identification. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP. South Carolina lines up 1st and 10 on its own 33-yard line after a 33-yard punt by Drew Butler. Garcia remains in the shotgun, going to take the snap, roll to the near side. Looking and still running at the 30. Wrapped up by Christian Robinson and shoved down right at the 31-yard line. So a loss of 2. I don't know what Garcia was looking for, but he didn't really make much of an effort to, A, commit to the run, or B, get rid of the football. And then Robinson was in his face mask.
Well, it was a design rollout. He was trying to get the football downfield. Once again, Georgia defensively, very good coverage. Nowhere for Garcia to go with the football, but then he hesitated a little bit before just taking off with nobody there.
Loss of 2. And it'll be 2nd and 12 for South Carolina. Now the Gamecocks run out of the eye with Lattimore the tail, and they'll hand it to him. They block Robinson at the line of scrimmage, giving Lattimore some running room as he breaks out to the near sideline and gets about 11 yards, just shy of the first down, all the way out to the 42.5-yard line. They had a good block on Christian Robinson, and it was filling the hole right where Lattimore was going to run. They blocked him. Lattimore broke off the block and got running room on the near side.
Boy, Lattimore now 81 yards on 14 carries.
And a few more for Lattimore as he breaks the tackle there, across the 45 up to the 47, maybe even the 48-yard line. Quick handoff to the freshman. They get the first down. Jakar Hamilton makes the tackle for Georgia.
Well, he is shifty right there at the line of scrimmage, making one guy miss, and then all of a sudden he's 4 or 5 yards downfield before you know it.
Shotgun snap to Garcia. Got time to throw. Stands in the pocket, airs it out far side, and it is incomplete. Now there's a flag. Oh, he dropped the flag. It fell out of his pocket. He was waving off incomplete. All of a sudden there was a yellow flag on the ground, but no flag on the play, just an incomplete pass. They were trying to get it to Alshon Jeffrey, and Brandon Smith had good coverage on him, and the ball sailed over both of those
There's no foul on the play.
It fell out of his pocket. He was ready to throw it. It just dropped out.
Well, Brandon Smith, you can't ask to cover a go route any better than that. He got on top of Jeffries, had his head back looking for the ball, and then just slowed down enough so Jeffrey would have had to go over the top of Brandon's back to make that catch. Very well played.
2nd and 10 for South Carolina from their own 48. They lead Georgia 7-3. About midway through the second quarter here. Clock at 8.5. Garcia in the shotgun. Lattimore the lone setback. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for South Carolina. Hand it to Lattimore, looking for running room. Not going to find it. Dobbs eats him up. Gamble in there. Again, his helmet comes off. Dent was in there. The whole linebacking core, as Lattimore had nowhere to go. That's the second time he's lost his helmet.
And a good job there, too, Scott, by DeMarcus Dobbs on the outside, just keeping Lattimore in the box. We brought both linebackers up the middle on a cross blitz, got them both inside, forced Lattimore outside, and then DeMarcus Dobbs standing right there to corral him in.
He lost a couple on that. It's 3rd and about 11.5 for South Carolina. They send Lattimore in motion to the far side. Garcia in the shotgun. There's the snap. Stands in the pocket. Pass may have been batted at the line of scrimmage, tipped by Georgia. Was that Tripp that got it or Gamble? Gamble may have tipped the pass for Georgia. It's incomplete. and 4th down, and the Gamecocks will have to punt it away for the first time in the ball game.
Carolina went empty set there. No backs in the backfield. Our defensive line, nice push right up the middle to get a hand on that ball.
7-3, South Carolina leads. Lanning on to kick it away. He handles all the kicking chores for South Carolina, aside from the kickoffs. Here's the snap to Lanning. The punt is off. A high, long spiral. Wow, a boomer. And that's going to land in the end zone as we had Brandon Smith back deep, and he did what you're supposed to do. As it sailed over his head, he ran away from it. That's going to land in the end zone for the touchback, and Georgia will get the ball back on offense 1st and 10 at our own 20-yard line, trailing with 7:53 to go in the first half by a score of 7-3. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, a heritage of sound financial decisions for clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. And don't forget, after the game, dog fans, to keep it tuned right here for Dog Talk, brought to you by BB&T, live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs as we split 2 men out to the left. Tavares King and Chris Durham as Murray works from under center. We slide Chappis in motion into the eye. Hand off to Ely with a block from Chappis. A great block. Ely couldn't break a tackle at the 25, and he's brought down there, but a gain of 5, maybe 6. They may spot him on the 26-yard line, but Chappis with a huge block. If Ely breaks that tackle, he may go for 10 or 15 more. Devontae Holloman, the strong safety, up to make the stop for Carolina.
Ely running the football well right now. 8 carries so far on the day, 46 yards. Finding some creases. Our offensive line doing a nice job creating those gaps and creases in this Carolina defense.
Clouds starting to build here in Columbia. 2nd down and 4 for the Bulldogs from their own 26. Toss it to Ely, running left side, looking for running room. Behind the block of the center, Ben Jones. Collision at the 28, and that's where Ely comes down. Holloman again making the stop for South Carolina. So a gain of a couple for Washawn, and it'll be 3rd and 2 for the Bulldogs from our own 28-yard line.
We ran that sweep right into the teeth of the Carolina defense there. They had cover 3, but it was cover 3 over to the twin side, so there was an extra defender over there on that run and play, and he actually ate the run up.
Double tight end set with Figgins and Charles in the ball game. We flip-flop them from right to left. I formation, Ely the tail and Chappis the full. Murray under center. We slide Charles in motion to the near side. Hand off to Washawn Ely, looking for running room, ducks in a hole, and is going to be short of the first down. He got about 1 yard and 6 inches. Across the 29, we needed to get to the 30. We didn't get it. We'll have to punt it away on 4th down. Troy Strotter, the linebacker, weak side linebacker, and DJ Swearinger making the tackle for South Carolina. They piled it up on the far hash. Now Stephon Gilmore back to receive the punt for South Carolina. Drew Butler back on to kick it away for Georgia. 6 minutes to play. First half, Carolina with a 7-3 lead over Georgia. Fred Munzenmeyer calling the signals for the punt team. There's the snap to Butler. It is away. It is a long spiral that will come down at the 27, 28-yard line to Gilmore. Runs to the right, nothing there. Now back to the near side. He's got a little space. 35, 38, and tackled by Darrell Gamble. Got him around the ankles as Gilmore tried to leap over him. Gamble grabbed the legs and pulled him to the turf at the 38-yard line. 44-yard punt and an 11-yard return for South Carolina. 7-3. Carolina leads Georgia with 5:38 to go in the second quarter. Let's take a timeout. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Are you eating out less often? Maybe you didn't go out of town for vacation this year. The economy is making people cut back in lots of different ways, but you should never cut back on the security of your family and home. Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman Security Systems, where you pay only $18.95 per month. $18.95 per month for local monitoring and no fee to switch from your current provider. I've used Ackerman for years to protect my wife and kids. Call 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111.
In the heat of the game, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection for your home. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the Centricon system's proven protection. Call Cook's for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook Pest Control.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Hey, Dogs fans, bring your appetite to Applebee's for the 2 for $20 special. Get 1 shareable appetizer and 2 entrees for only $20. Choose appetizer favorites like tangy boneless buffalo wings. Then dive into mouth-watering entrees like the 7-ounce house sirloin or the new provolone stuffed meatballs with fettuccine, all for only $20. You can always catch the game in the Sports Zone at Applebee's, surrounded by tons of widescreen TV so you'll never miss a play. And with the 2 for $20 deal, you'll never leave hungry. Applebee's, there's no place like the neighborhood.
1 second, that's all it takes. A single second can alter the momentum of an entire game. A Hail Mary caught in the end zone, an interception returned for a touchdown. The thing is, that single second, it lives on for an eternity, forever written in the hearts and minds of true fans. Seconds make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle back with you here in Columbia. This in-game recap is brought to you by Regions Bank. South Carolina opened the game with a 16-play, 79-yard drive, a 2-yard touchdown run by Marcus Lattimore. The Bulldogs answered with a 60-yard drive in 13 plays, settled for a 28-yard field goal by Blair Walsh, but South Carolina controlling the tempo here. They've had the ball twice as long as Georgia, over 14 minutes. Time of possession for Carolina, just over 7 minutes for the Bulldogs. Carolina has it, and they hand it off 1st and 10 on the 38 to Marcus Lattimore, trying to pick his way on the left side, and falls across the 40, stumbling up to maybe the 43-yard line, a gain of about 5 for the freshman, 6-foot, 218-pounder from Duncan, South Carolina. Vance Cuff up to make the stop for Georgia. Lattimore was one of those guys that was recruited probably in every state in the country.
Yeah, highly talented. You can see why as well. Running the football very well today. With that said, that South Carolina offensive line doing a very good job up front. Lattimore able to get to the second level pretty much untouched.
Garcia hands it off to Lattimore, ducks his head, runs straight in, dragging a man with him as he just kept those legs going. And he will be across the 45 to up near the 47-yard line. Marcus Doughton had him around the waist, and Cornelius Washington helping out on the tackle for Georgia, but Lattimore was pulling Doughton for 2 or 3 more yards. He doesn't look real big, and his legs don't look real thick, but he's got some serious drive in those legs.
Well, he really does. He wasn't untouched that time. That was all him, just carrying Georgia Bulldogs with him for the first down.
So 1st and 10 from their 48 for South Carolina. Handoff to Lattimore, hit hard shy of the 50 by Doughton and Dent. Well, Doughton didn't like his effort on that last play. He made up for it on that one with a nice smack on Lattimore at midfield. They give him a couple. So 2nd down and 8 now for South Carolina. His ball spotted right on the Gamecock logo at the middle of the field.
Again, for Carolina, just that read option, trying to exploit the middle of this defense. They're spreading this out, so we've got nickel personnel in, which leaves us a little vulnerable in the middle, and Carolina doing a good job just going after it time and time again until we stop it.
Approaching 4 minutes to go in the half. South Carolina with a 7-3 lead. Garcia will throw, and it is caught at the 45, far side of the field by Alshon Jeffrey, and tackled immediately by Brandon Smith, who looked like he maybe thought about going for the pick. But Jeffrey at 6'4", able to go up for the grab. They pick up a handful of yards, about 5, maybe 6 on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and 3 for South Carolina from the Bulldogs' 44-yard line.
That ball fluttered a little bit out of Garcia's hand, but it fluttered because Brandon Wood got in and put a nice shot on Garcia right as he was releasing the pass.
3rd down for South Carolina. Shotgun. Garcia will throw it to the near side. It is complete to Jeffrey. Breaks the tackle by Smith down the near sideline, holding the ball in his left hand, out of bounds at the 21-yard line. So a gain of 23 yards for South Carolina. Jakar Hamilton comes over to make the tackle as Alshon Jeffrey caught one on the right side on the previous play, comes back on the left side to make that catch and run and gives South Carolina a 1st down and a serious scoring threat for the Gamecocks with 3:07 to go in the half.
Well, Scott, it's nothing more than just a 1-yard hitch that Carolina's thrown. They've thrown it out there to Jeffrey about 4 or 5 times today, and at 6'4", 233, when he catches it, he is a load to bring down.
Ruben Filogi checks into the ball game, the South Carolina native. He'll line up on the right end on the near side. I formation for South Carolina. Garcia looks up at the scoreboard, sees the clock ticking down, and calls a time.
Timeout. South Carolina.
First and 10 for South Carolina from the Bulldog 21-yard line.
30-second timeout.
And they lead Georgia by a score of 7-3. Tailgaters, submit your favorite tailgate photo, and you could win a $100 gift certificate to Publix and have your photo on the video board of a UGA football game. Just email your photo to ugaphotos@gmail.com or go to georgiadogs.com. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Let's go down to the sidelines where Chuck Dowdle is there and standing by with his Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, right now, Coach Todd Grantham, defensive coordinator, has the defense gathered around him over here on the sideline. He's telling them exactly how he wants them to play this down here in the red zone or approaching the red zone. But we have a quick injury update for you. Sean Chaffris has a left ankle sprain. He is out for now, I'm being told. So I'm not being told he's out of the game entirely, but out for now.
All right, thank you, Chuck. That could be effective for Georgia's offense, certainly with no Chaffis to lead those blocks, but hopefully he can get back in the ball game, perhaps in the second half as we near halftime. 2:47 to go here in the second quarter. Carolina with a 7-3 lead, and they're just playing keep away from us, Eric.
Yeah, they really are. It didn't help the last two possessions that we had the ball offensively that we go 3 and out, but Carolina's doing a good job as they've established the run. Lattimore now with 98 yards running the football, just methodically taking it down the field.
They've got Ace Saunders into the ball game, the little guy out of Bradenton, Florida. He's in the slot to the right. Garcia. Now they call another timeout.
South Carolina. It's their third and final timeout of the half.
Steve Spurrier walking out on the field with his headset behind him, dragging along behind him. He wasn't happy about something. We've got a time. 7-3 South Carolina late in the second quarter. We'll take a break. Back for more right after this is Bulldog football from ISP.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the record, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
There are 24 time zones, so it's happy hour somewhere. At 9 a.m. when the cubicles are filling up in Manhattan, the Belarusans are just getting off work. Time for a cold butt. Goat herding in Turkey? It should comfort you to know that it's happy hour in Maui. There are 24 happy hours a day on this planet, and tomorrow they start all over again with a beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser. Budweiser beer. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
For a great play on your next new or pre-owned vehicle, visit Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships in Atlanta, Marietta, and now Buford, or online at jimellis.com.
Did you know cats have 32 ear muscles? Yeah, I'm the biggest know-it-all I know. So when I found out I didn't know McDonald's had Coke Zero with real Coke taste and 0 calories, I was shaken. But now I know. And I get a Coke Zero with my extra value meal, a double cheeseburger, McChicken sandwich, medium fries, and a Coke Zero for just $2.99. Good to know. By the way, a snail can sleep for 3 years. At participating McDonald's.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
Georgia football is brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
David Shumay back inside the ISP Network studios. Coming up on the BB&T Halftime Show, we'll take you to games. We'll tell you how South Florida is trying to shock the number 8 team in the country and get you set for a couple of key games tonight in the SEC as Penn State visits Alabama and Oregon's at Tennessee. That's all coming up at BB&T at the half. Scott?
All right, David, and thank you. And Georgia football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. First and 10, South Carolina from the Georgia 21-yard line. 7-3, Carolina leading with 2:47 remaining here in the first half. They've got two receivers out to the right side. Run out of the shotgun with Lattimore in the backfield. There's the snap to Garcia. He drops back on the 30, looks, now runs to his right, throws it, and it is caught at the 17 by Lattimore. Breaks the tackle at the 12 and down to the 5-yard line. Lattimore on the reception, gets inside the Georgia 10. It'll be first and goal from the Bulldog 5 with a clock at 2:37.
Vance Cuff finally there with the tackle, but just all day long for Garcia to throw the football there. Good job by the Gamecock offensive line. Lattimore, the third choice there, laid out of the backfield, just into the middle of that zone. Way too much time to throw the football.
16 yards on the play. First and goal, South Carolina. They lead 7-3. Garcia with a handoff straight ahead. Lattimore had his legs taken out from him at the 2-yard line as Rambo submarined him and knocked him down after a 3-yard gain. But Lattimore inching towards 100 yards rushing here in the first half. South Carolina last in the league last season in running the football. They only averaged 121 yards a ball game. They have 108 here in the first half this afternoon.
That comes on the heels of a 224-yard rushing performance last week as well. So point of emphasis for that team to establish a running game.
Second and goal from the 2. Handoff to Lattimore. He hesitates, finds a hole, dives in straight ahead, touchdown. Marcus Lattimore with the second score of the game makes it 13-3 Gamecocks with 94 seconds to go in the first half. Carolina will line up for the point after attempt by Spencer Lanning. There's the snap, the hold, and the kick. He punches it through there. It's good. South Carolina leads Georgia by a score of 14-3 with 1:34 to go in the second quarter. A 62-yard drive for South Carolina. They're just controlling the ball and controlling the clock as we send it back to our Bulldog ISP Network studios and David Shumay. David?
All right, Scott, thanks so much. Let's tell you about the game taking place in Lawrence, Kansas right now, where Georgia Tech has pulled even. It's 14 apiece, 3:57 to play in the second quarter. Joshua Nesbitt, a 4-yard rushing touchdown. 14 apiece. They're getting set to go to the half as we take it back to Williams-Brice Stadium.
14-3 here with 1:34 to play in the half. South Carolina, Eric, not doing a whole lot fancy, just doing what most Steve Spurrier teams that we've seen them do. They get the ball out on the edges, and now they have a running game with Lattimore, and he's got big holes to run through in the middle of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and that's been the key right now. Lattimore being able to run the football in between the tackles just off of that read option. Really the passing game for the most part has been just quick little hitches or screen passes outside to those big receivers Carolina has, and then let them run the football. That's just an extension of a running game is all that is. The story of this game right now is the Carolina offensive line has taken it over. We're not able to get pressure on Garcia, and in the running game, they're opening up some big gashing holes and dominating it. You see it not only on the scoreboard, but on the time of possession. They've had the ball for over 18 minutes. We've had the ball for 10, and they've just dominated the first half because of that offensive line play.
We've had 2 possessions in the second half, both 3 and out. Down to the sidelines we go. Chuck Dowdle for this Cooks Pest Control sideline report. Chuck.
Scott, Eric, what you want to watch here, this will be Aaron Murray's first test of the 2-minute offense under these kind of conditions. It'll be interesting to see how the young rookie handles it.
Maybe we could get a quick 6 here from Mr. Boykin. He stands on the 3 as the deep man. And Joey Scribner-Howard will kick it off. He punches it, a wobbly end-over-end kick on the near sideline, and it's going to land out of bounds right there at the 2. The flag comes out, and Georgia will have tremendous field position starting at its own 40-yard line.
That's a big mistake there if you're Carolina as well. Georgia offensively struggled the last 2 series. That all of a sudden you give them the ball with great field position. 1:34 left on the clock. We've still got 2 timeouts, so plenty of time here to move the football down the field.
So a lot of things wrong with that. They kick it out of bounds. We get it at the 40. No time off the clock on a return.
That's exactly right.
So 1:34, Georgia down 14-3. You would certainly like to get some points here before the halftime, as the Bulldogs, as Chuck pointed out, will go into their 2-minute offense here. First and 10 on the 40. Ely is the tailback. Durham and Brown break out to the left, and White in the slot along with King on the right side. 4 receiver set, shotgun snap to Murray. Throws to the right side, and it is caught, and diving out of bounds is Tavares King after a 5-yard gain. So Georgia now with 2nd and 5 up to our 45-yard line. That took 4 seconds. Clock at 1:30.
Carolina there, first play in that 2-minute offense, 2-minute defense for them. Just played cover 4, so they had 4 safeties and corners just across the field, all with deep responsibility.
Murray hands it off to Ely. Oh, he's hit in the backfield by Travian Robertson, 6'4", 293, Laurinburg, South Carolina. He bear hugged Ely and just slammed him to the turf. Loss of 2. 3rd down and 7 now from the 43. Dogs quickly into the shotgun. On the near hash, Murray throws down the middle. Oh, he had Aaron White a little bit low and incomplete. Aaron White on the near hash tried to go down low to make the catch. He had position on the defender, and for the 3rd straight time, the Dogs go 3 and out, and now we've got to kick it back, and they've got 66 seconds left.
Yeah, good read there from Aaron Murray, though. Carolina had 2 safeties high. The middle of the field was open. Just thought that we were going to break that route off a little bit more, so just a little bit off there. But you're right, plenty of time now for Carolina if they get a good return to do something with the football.
Need a Drew Butler punt right here. He's on to kick it away, but we need one of his trademarks. Here's the kick by Butler, and he gets it off. It's low and wobbly and not real deep. It's going to hit on the 21, take a high Bulldog bounce. Gilmore fields it at the 9-yard line. Stutter stepping. Boom! He's hit at the 13, make it the 17-yard line. Going in the other direction. He got hit from the side and behind by one of the Georgia cover men, and they will spot him down at the 20-yard line. A 43-yard kick, a 5-yard return by Gilmore. 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line.
Remember back to that last series, Carolina had to burn 2 timeouts before they got that 1st and 10 play off. So right now, no timeouts. They do get the advantage in college football. Any first down, that clock will stop. So you can move the ball pretty efficiently up and down the field, but it's going to take first downs at a pretty rapid clip if they want to move it down the field.
So 53 seconds to go in the 2nd quarter. South Carolina with a 14-3 lead on Georgia. Ball spotted at the 20-yard line. Well, they look for more. Garcia in the shotgun. We've got Tripp and Wood and Tyson across the front. They hand it off, keep it on the ground. Brian Maddox, senior, 5'11", out of Anderson, South Carolina, runs it straight ahead for 5, maybe 6. Keontae Tripp made the tackle for Georgia. He got 6. Clock moving at 35. 2nd down and 4 for South Carolina from their own 26-yard line. Garcia letting the clock tick. Keep it on the ground to Lattimore. See if he can break one is what they're hoping. He's not going to do it this time. They kicks it out to the right side around right end. We drag him down at about the 33-yard line. That is Maddox, excuse me, not Lattimore. Tyson and Cornelius Washington make the tackle for the Bulldogs. It's a 1st down for South Carolina. Stops the clock momentarily at 20. Now it's moving again. And they may just let it expire with a 14-3 lead. They run substitutions onto the field, but Garcia taking his time with 6 seconds to go. See if they get off another play. He's standing in the shotgun and may just let it go. Now, whistles blow and the clock is stopped as Georgia will take a timeout with 2 seconds left.
Timeout. Georgia.
It looked like South Carolina was just going to let the clock run out, but we called the time with 2 seconds to go in the half. So Georgia's defense walks towards the sideline.
It's a 30-second timeout.
Just a 30-second timeout, as you heard our referee, Hubert Owens. South Carolina has controlled the ball. They've controlled the clock almost over 19 minutes time of possession in the first half for South Carolina. 10 minutes and 42 seconds for Georgia, so they've had the ball almost twice as long as we have, and they have run 42 plays. Georgia has run 41, and our last 3 possessions, Eric, have been 3 and out.
Yeah, they have been, and when you control the clock the way that Carolina's doing it, 2 things are happening. You're running the football offensively, which Carolina's doing. Lattimore, 103 yards right now on 21 carries, and then defensively you're playing well. After a very good first drive, this second quarter. We've been in the game and out of the game pretty quickly, 3 and outs in a row. Need to get that fixed as we enter into the locker room.
South Carolina will kill the clock. They snap it to Garcia. He kneels down at the 30, and that's the end of the half, as South Carolina will head to the locker room with a somewhat comfortable 14-3 lead. Georgia's offense, after that opening drive, really never able to get on track, Eric, as we just pointed out. The last 3 possessions, all 3 and out, and then for much of the half, we just didn't have the football.
Yeah, we didn't. That first drive, we were able to run the football and establish some of that, pick our spots where we wanted to throw the football. Carolina made a couple of adjustments. They started bringing safeties down into the box. It stymied the run somewhat. But after that first drive, really just got stuck and couldn't get any momentum going.
Marcus Lattimore, very impressive in the first half running for South Carolina. The freshman from Duncan, South Carolina, looking to be everything he has been billed to be. Georgia's offense unable to really get on track. Let's go down to the field. Chuck has Coach Rick.
Coach, it looked like their ability to control the ball on the ground is kind of keeping you out of an offensive rhythm.
Couldn't hear you. I could not hear you.
So it looked like their ability to control the ball on the ground was keeping your offense, out of the ability to get into a rhythm.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. They're running the ball well. Their young freshman back is really winning the battle right now. He's knocking us back. We gotta wrap him up and knock him back.
And Rashawn Ely running well for him.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. We just need more at-bats, like you said. We got to tackle better.
All right, thank you, Coach. There you have it. Need some more at-bats offensively. Need to get that offense into a rhythm, as you pointed out earlier, Scott. 3 consecutive possessions of 3 and out. That won't do it.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. The interview with Coach Rick brought to you by AT&T Rethink Possible. We're at halftime in Columbia. It's South Carolina 14 and Georgia 3. The BB&T halftime show is next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
Toughness Defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's best seller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances. I'm metal.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. Any haircut can hang 10, but a supercut hangs 20. A regular cut can outrun an angry dog, but a supercut runs with fierce Spanish bulls. Any haircut will take off about an inch, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business will give you the confidence to try anything.
Awesome.
Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Come on, sweetie. We can't be late for our own engagement party.
Honestly, I don't want to marry you. It's not that I don't love you. It's just that I'd love not being married to you a whole lot more.
That's so romantic.
Music makes everything better. Play All Access, the new scratch-off game from the Georgia Lottery, with 20 million free music downloads and over 11 million in cash prizes. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
We've reached the midway point of today's game and the BB&T halftime show. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Anchoring our coverage, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
High above Williams-Brice Stadium, where South Carolina leads Georgia 14-3 here at halftime. It's 15 minutes until the second half kickoff. You could be saving 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com.
Well, with the Dogs trailing, they've been able to do a little bit early in the game with some nice running out of Washawn Ailey, and center Ben Jones leading the way on a couple of those nice runs. He is a study in self-discipline and determination, is Ben Jones, and he's now the anchor of the Dogs' offensive line. Steve Bell has our halftime profile of Ben Jones, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
Hello, Bulldog fans. Well, at 6'3" and 300 pounds, Centerville, Alabama native and Bulldog Junior center Ben Jones is a remarkable student-athlete. At the age of 10, Ben suffered the loss of his father, Stephen Jones, in a tragic accident. Ben's mother, Vicky, spurred Ben in his athletic pursuits, and Ben told me this week his older brother, Clay, was a hero growing up.
He was always outside playing games and stuff, and he was always beating me in everything, and he really excelled, in sports, really, so I was always trying to live up to what he did.
Was playing collegiate football at this level always a dream for you?
Yes, it really was. We always talk about, I want to play college football, me and him both, and he went on and played college baseball instead. But that was just always a dream, and when it came true, I was one of the happiest men alive.
Tell me what it's like playing in a D1 school like the university.
I couldn't be in a better place. When you come out and it's 92,000 fans hollering, it just gives you chills every week. You think you get used to it, but you never do.
Ben is also the recipient of the Hayward Allen Football Scholarship. I'm Steve Bell with Ben Jones, your State Farm Athlete of the Week. All season long, State Farm is proud to be there as your Georgia Bulldog sponsor.
All right, thank you, Steve. Great to be back here in Columbia, where it's been uncharacteristically cool today. In fact, I'm going to go put on a jacket or something, which is crazy because it's usually about 100 million degrees here on the field when we take on South Carolina in Columbia. A moving halftime ceremony here at Williams-Brice Stadium as we have honored the fallen with a half-mast flag. Thank you. And fire and policemen and a bagpipes rendition of Amazing Grace. And now the Gamecock marching band is ready to come out on the field. And I'll take a break with it 14-3 South Carolina. We'll come back with the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard after these words. Georgia Bulldogs, Radio Network from ISP.
The Serve Pro franchise system knows that water damage is bad enough without worrying that your insurance agent chose the right company to handle the cleanup. But you'll have nothing to worry about if your agent calls Serve Pro for fire and water cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 1-800-SERVE-PRO or visit ServePro.com. The Serve Pro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. Serve Pro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
Calling before you dig has gotten easier. Simply dial 811. One free call to Georgia 811 gets your utility lines marked and helps protect you from injury and expense. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Dial 811.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Subway's turned up the heat. Introducing Subway fiery footlong subs like the intensely delicious new turkey jalapeno melt and the boldacious buffalo chicken. Fiery footlong subs, our boldest yet. Subway, eat fresh.
Ed Voiles Hyundai is going uncensored, and you're not going to believe the good things people are saying. Why wouldn't they? We're lowering the price of the 2011 Hyundai Sonata lease to $189 per month with $19.99 down, or you can choose a 2011 Hyundai Genesis sedan lease for only $299 per month with $3,500 down, each for 36 months at 12,000 miles a year. We are uncensored. Cobb Parkway, Marietta, or visit EdVoilesHyundai.com.
Come to Arby's and try the new Junior Deluxe Sandwich. And now for a limited time, get the Junior Deluxe Combo for just $2.99. Oven roasted, thinly sliced roast beef, lettuce, sliced tomato, and mayo. The Junior Deluxe, only at Arby's.
The BB&T Halftime Show continues with a check of the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. Inside the ISP Network studios, here's David Shoemate.
14-3, South Carolina in front of the Bulldogs at halftime. Let's head to Gainesville, where Florida is playing host to South Florida, but the Bulls are getting things done on the road.
I formation for the Bulls. Kelly in motion. They're going to try to go wide again. There's the toss into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Andrew Ketchel. That's 6 for the Bulls. USF leads the Gators.
Jim Lighthall on the USF ISP Sports Network. That capped a 17-play, 96-yard drive in the first quarter. It is the only score of the game so far, and South Florida leads number 8 Florida on the road. 7-0, 2:14 to play until halftime. Florida, though, does have it first and goal in South Florida territory. Some games coming up a little bit later today in the SEC. Number 7 Oregon is at Tennessee. It's a 7 o'clock kick from Neyland Stadium. Also at 7 o'clock tonight, number 1 Alabama hosting number 18 Penn State. Both teams remarkably stingy last year on rush defense. Alabama led the nation in only giving up 5 rushing scores, while the Nittany Lions were tied for second in only surrendering 6. It is also a 7 o'clock kick in Little Rock, number 17 Arkansas and Louisiana Monroe. The Warhawks are 0-17 against ranked opponents since 1994. They're the only team in the country, FBS or FCS, to open their last 3 seasons against ranked opponents, and they get number 17 Arkansas to start the season tonight. Conference play in Nashville gets underway at 7 o'clock. Number 19 LSU pays Vanderbilt a visit. Kentucky hosts Western Kentucky at 7:30. And Mississippi, trying to rebound from the loss to Jacksonville State last week, is at Tulane tonight at 9 o'clock. Games in progress in the top 25. Number 11 Wisconsin has a 14-0 lead on San Jose State. 1:15 to play in the first half in Madison. It's number 6 Nebraska 17-0 on Idaho as they play midway through the second quarter in Lincoln. And number 15 Georgia Tech has taken the lead in Lawrence. They lead Kansas 17-14, 37 seconds to play in the second half. We're getting set for the start of the second half. The BB&T halftime show continues on the other side of this timeout as South Carolina leads Georgia 14-3 at the break.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. The next time you're hosting a big game bash, don't forget plenty of Nature's Own white wheat hamburger and hot dog buns. Both feature the timeless taste of white with the hearty nutrition of wheat and are great with whatever you pull off the grill. For tailgate-friendly recipes and ideas, find us on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
Here's a safety reminder from the Georgia Forestry Commission. Until October 1st, many metro Atlanta counties are under a burn ban.
You can find out more and always call before you burn. The number is 877-OK2-BURN, or you can log on to the Georgia Forestry Commission at gatrees.org.
Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. How's that?
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis at Jim Ellis Automotive, and I know Coach Rick has a winning game plan, but let me tell you how you can win at Jim Ellis Automotive. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com, click the football page, then find the Jim Ellis Automotive Register to Win contest link. Enter our contest to win a weekend for 2 at the Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville, October 30th. You're also a winner with the purchase of a new or pre-owned vehicle from Jim Ellis Automotive. For details, visit our showrooms in Atlanta, Marietta, and Beaufort, or online at JimEllis.com, where you can always expect the best.
With every athletic endeavor, excellence is always the result of hard work and a commitment to doing the job right. Well, it's the same with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Our Code of Excellence program was established to ensure a standard that contractors feel good about. Positive attitudes and superior productivity on all our job sites is an approach we know our customers appreciate and value. Call 1-888-IBEW-613 or visit us at our website at IBEW613.org. I'm Gino Kelly, Business Manager, IBEW Local 613, and we proudly support University of Georgia Athletics.
Georgia will get the ball first when we start the second half, trailing South Carolina 14-3. Welcome back to our BB&T halftime report from South Carolina. And joining us now, and once again, is our analyst, Eric Zier, with our Lowe's Grill the Quarterback feature. Lowe's, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. Eric Zier, first half, South Carolina, their offensive line has looked terrific.
Yeah, they really have, and that's the story of this football game right now. The offensive line for South Carolina has taken the game over. They're dominating. Marcus Lattimore right now 103 yards on the ground. They basically doubled us up with time of possession, and it's because they have just dominated the game. Garcia, although he hasn't been able to throw the football downfield, that's because we've had pretty good coverage down the field, but he's had all day to throw the football, and their running game has just taken the game over. We've got to find a way to get into the backfield and disrupt the flow of their offense in this second half.
I thought it was interesting that on his way to the locker room, Coach Rick mentioned to Chuck Dowdle that Georgia's defensive backs need to wrap up more. That was certainly something that stood out in the first half to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. As Lattimore was getting into the defensive backfield, a lot of shoulder tackles coming in. We weren't wrapping up, and Lattimore is proving to be everything that he was hyped to be about. He's running the football very well. He's a strong runner. If we're not wrapping up, he's going to get yards after contact every time he touches the football. That's what he's done. We've got to do a better job of tackling.
All right, 30 seconds. Georgia's offense rolled off 60 yards on the first drive, but has gone 3 and out on every ensuing drive.
Yeah, it's been a tough run of it after that first drive. 3 consecutive series where we're 3 and out. We've got to find a way to stretch the football down the field. Aaron Murray, only 8 pass attempts there in the first half. We've only got 41 yards on the ground, 73 yards total. We've got to get something going. Anytime that you get doubled up with time of possession like that, it's more than just the opposing offense controlling it. It's because that defense is also putting it to you a little bit. That's what's happened. We need to open it up some, get the football down the field.
All right, thank you, Z. Scott Howard now with Arby's great moments in UGA Bowl history.
This great bowl moment in Georgia history is brought to you by Arby's $1 value menu. In the 2006 Chick-fil-A Bowl in Atlanta, the Bulldogs trailed Virginia Tech 21-3 at halftime. But thanks to 18 points off 4 Hokie turnovers, Georgia was able to erase its deficit and rally for 28 second-half points. The Dogs went on to a 31-24 victory, recording their biggest come-from-behind win under head coach Mark Richt, as well as in Chick-fil-A Bowl history.
Second half action is around the corner. South Carolina leads Georgia 14-3 at the half. The BB&T halftime show will wrap it up. Scott and Eric and Chuck will be back in just a minute. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. Thanks for tuning in, and don't go away. Georgia football from ISP.
The financial landscape keeps changing. It's tough to navigate. Full of too many followers and not enough leaders. At BB&T, we help our mortgage clients know which way to steer to achieve the dream of home ownership. By sharing more than 135 years of financial knowledge, you and your family have the information you need to move in a brighter direction. With BB&T on your side, all that you follow are your goals. Stop by, visit BBT.com, or call 1-800-BANK-BBT. Talk to us today about your mortgage needs and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872.
Member FDIC. Loans subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Great news, UGA fans! You can save 20% or more off standard rates on Charter Business Internet and Phone and get Charter Business TV for free for 12 months. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE now to get blazing fast internet, reliable business phone, and crystal clear TV. Save big with Charter Business, a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Switch to the Charter Business Bundle today. Call 877-BIZ-BUNDLE or visit businessbundle.com. Services not available in all areas. Subject to change. Restrictions apply. Call for details. Expires 1/31/11.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. The next time you're hosting a big game bash, don't forget plenty of Nature's Own white wheat hamburger and hot dog buns. Both feature the timeless taste of white with the hearty nutrition of wheat and are great with whatever you pull off the grill. For tailgate-friendly recipes and ideas, find us on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
some work to do in the second half, trailing South Carolina as intermission winds down. 14-3 are scored. Lowe's grades the team, the official tailgating destination of the Georgia Bulldogs. That is Lowe's. And to take a look at our halftime grade, here's Eric Zires. He quickly running game maybe and pass blocking, or what do you want to grade the team on?
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll grade them on what we wanted to look at coming in. And the first one was start fast. We're 0 for 1 there. Big drive by Carolina to start the game off. We wanted to pressure Garcia early and often. Haven't done that. Carolina's offensive line has really taken this game over, both in the running game and giving Garcia a lot of time to throw the football. And then we needed to make the red zone our green zone and get the ball in the end zone. Our one trip down there so far, Carolina held us just to a field goal. We've got to get points when we get down there. So right now, a lot of room for improvement in each of those three areas.
Their red zone defense has been outstanding through a game and a half so far. They've only given up 3 field goals.
It really has. 7 trips against the Carolina defense into their red zone to this point in the year. They've only given up 3 field goals. They were last week against Southern Miss. 6 trips the Golden Eagles had inside that red zone and only 2 field goals. So no different for us today so far.
That takes us to the SunTrust Solid halftime adjustment. SunTrust Live Solid, Bank Solid. What do we adjust to get out of this hole here in the second half?
Well, on the defensive side of the ball, I think we've got to bring another guy into the box. We've got to shut Marcus Lattimore down. He's got 103 yards so far running the football. We've got to make Stephen Garcia beat us. We can't allow Lattimore to continue to take this game over. On the offensive side of the ball, I think we've got to spread it out a little bit. We've had a lot of 2 tight end sets in the game so far. We need to spread it out and then get the football downfield, loosen this Carolina defense up a little bit, let Aaron Murray show off his arm. Only 8 passes in the first half. We need to see a little bit more of that.
All right, Georgia will receive the opening kick to start the second half, and it'll be Brandon Boykin back deep. Let's check in with Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Out of the halftime, out of the locker room, Chuck, what did you hear?
Well, it was really interesting. First off, there was a very fiery speech to the defense from Coach Todd Grantham that basically outlined to them what we have all noticed, and that is that Marcus Lattimore getting way too many yards. And then Coach Rick followed that up with saying he was beating them one-on-one, a freshman beating them one-on-one. Back to you.
All right, the kick by Scribner Howard is short, taken by one of the upbacks at the 18-yard line, and that was Cameron Allen taking it on the 18 and returning it before the tackle by Quinn Smith. He returned it to the 28-yard line. That's where they'll put the ball down, and Georgia will go to work on offense. 14-3 our score, just underway in the second half.
After a good first drive there by the Georgia offense, not a whole lot after that. Into the first half, 73 total yards. Aaron Murray was 4 for 8 throwing the football, and Rashawn Ely, 47 yards rushing on 11 carries.
Ely, the lone setback. Now they slide the fullback Munzenmeyer in motion. Murray under center, play fake, will throw to the right side. He's got Durham open over on the far side. He catches it at the 36, turns and tiptoes across to the 39 for the first down. A gain of 10, almost 11 on the quick throw out to Chris Durham on the far side of the field. The Bulldogs will have a first down at their own 39-yard line.
Yeah, good start there by Georgia. We had one-on-one coverage, single safety there for Carolina as we were in an I formation. Just an easy pitch and catch as Durham ran a quick out. Nice throw by Murray to start the second half.
Durham with 5 catches last week after missing all of last season. Stay in the eye. Here's the handoff to Washawn Ely. Runs right, spins at the 39, pushing the pile to the 40, and it is stacked up there. Josh Dickerson, the middle linebacker, leading the way for South Carolina. Officials are going to say he got across the 40, almost to the 41. So a gain of a couple for Ely. Robertson also in on the tackle. The big defensive tackle for South Carolina, 6'4" and 293. But Ely picks up a handful of yards, and we'll go second down and 8 now from our 41.
And it looks like Carolina's going to give us some chances to go outside. We've lined up in the eye. They've gone man-to-man a couple of times in a row.
King to the right and Durham to the near side. I formation, play fake. Murray, quick throw. Orson Charles catches it at the 46, heads downfield across the 50, and tackled on South Carolina's side of the 50 at the 46 by Devontae Holloman. So Georgia quickly moves into South Carolina territory, picking up another first down to the Gamecock 46-yard line. A gain of 13 on that one.
Good job there by the Georgia offensive line. Carolina actually came with a corner blitz, again going man-to-man. But the Georgia offensive line and their slide protection able to pick everybody up. Fred Munzenmeyer, a good job picking up the corner as he was coming.
Washawn Ely in the wild dog. We split Murray out to the far side, bring Brandon Smith in motion. Play fake to Brandon Smith. Whistles and a flag perhaps. Is there a flag or they call a timeout?
Timeout. Georgia. It's their first timeout of the second half.
Well, we were running
a 30-second timeout.
A little trick play. We broke Murray out to the right edge. We had Ely behind the center to take the snap, and Brandon Smith in the ball game. And then we have to call a timeout, so that wipes that play out. Discover how affordable it is to upgrade to the guaranteed termite protection of Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Call Cook's for a free evaluation. 13-18 to go, third quarter. Very early here in the second half with South Carolina leading it 14-3. And Z, looked like we had something fancy cooked up on that play, and then we had to burn a timeout.
Yeah, and when you're down 14-3 in the second half, you've got the hostile crowd here on top. The last thing that you want to do is burn timeouts, especially when you try to get a little bit cute there on offense, although I like the idea. Get the ball into your playmaker's hands as many times as you can do it. So I like the idea, but using a timeout there, not what we wanted to do, of course.
First and 10, Georgia from the South Carolina 46-yard line. Brandon Smith remains in the ball game. And Murray remains in his position out on the right edge, and we'll run the same formation with Ely set at quarterback. Now they bring Smith in motion. Fake it. Ely wants to run with it, and he will run across the 45 down to the 43, still moving the pile. They let that one go as a host of garnet-colored uniforms make the tackle at about the 41, 42-yard line. Dickerson and Jeffrey. DeMario Jeffrey, one of the men involved there, a 6'3 sophomore linebacker from Columbia. And they will spot the ball at the 41, so a gain of 5 on the push by Ely.
Little read option there by Ely. He kept it, ran right behind Clint Bowling, who did a great job of pushing the Carolina defense back.
Now back to the usual formation with Murray under center. And Logan Gray's in the game, split out to the far right. Tavares King to the near side, I formation. Ely's the tail. Play fake. Murray wants to pass from the logo. Fires to the right side. Caught by Logan Gray. Heading out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Culliver pushes him out. Gray, the transformed wide receiver out of Columbia, Missouri, made a fine grab going to his right and out of bounds for a first down to the 26. A gain of 15 yards.
And a better route there from Logan Gray as well. Really broke Culliver down, acted like he was going to run a post, and then just took it to the outside, ran a little corner route that he flattened out more into an out route. Very nicely done by Logan Gray.
Two receivers right, Troop and Brandon Smith. And now Ely is the quarterback again. Play fake to Smith. Ely's going to run it. Now flags down as they blow the play dead. So we had Ely at the quarterback again to take the direct snap. And we'll check the call.
Snap. False start. Number 71 on the offense. That penalty is 5 yards from the previous spot. First down.
Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for a Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Chuck?
Scott, I didn't get to finish making the point about what Coach Rick talked to these guys about when he had them all together because of the kickoff. But what he did tell them was, let's go out, let's score on this first drive, which they are marching toward now, and then defense, you score.
We back up 5 yards. That may be our first penalty of the day. Back on the 31-yard line, 1st and 15 now. Handoff, straight ahead running, nothing there. As we are piled up at the 30-yard line. Ajaboy made the tackle as Ely had nothing but garnet shirts right in his way at the 30-yard line. So it's second down. They do politely give him a yard. He got to the 30, they said. So it's second down at 14.
Go back to that last play when we're in the wild dog with Ely back there. One of the risks that you run is you've got a different guy now calling the cadence. Any little bit of timing can create some jumps on the offensive line, which is what we had.
Two receivers near side, one to the far side. I formation, keep it on the ground with Ely. He hits the hole on the right side of the line of scrimmage and pushes the pile close to the 25-yard line. Going to gain about 5. That'll bring up 3rd and 9. Ajaboy and Robertson, 2 interior linemen for South Carolina, make the tackle. The Gamecocks have a 3rd down and 9 situation defensively coming up as Georgia's offense started this possession at its own 28. We've moved to the 25, but it's starting to bog a little bit. King breaks out to the right, 2 receivers to the near side. Durham on the edge and Marlon Brown on the inside. Murray in the shotgun. There's the snap. Aaron drops back from the 35. Pump fakes. Now rolls to the right. Plants on the 30. Throws across to Durham. He makes the catch at the 15-yard line, and he may have the first down. Let's see where they spot it. That's going to be very close. The ball almost touching the 15-yard line. He got it. Murray rolled to the right, found Durham coming across in the same direction and fired, and the senior out of Calhoun made the grab. 1st and 10 Georgia at the South Carolina 15-yard line.
Aaron Murray just buying time there as he just rolled out to his right, kept his eyes downfield, allowed his receivers some time to work to get open. It was pretty good coverage there by the Carolina defense, but just that little bit of movement created enough space for Aaron Murray to find him a receiver.
We got the 9 yards we need, and now we have to burn a second timeout.
Timeout. Georgia. The second timeout of the half.
That's unfortunate. 2 timeouts gone. 9:47 to go, 3rd quarter. South Carolina leading Georgia 14-3. Breaking the action back after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
A single second doesn't seem like much, but in football, it's huge. If a player is just a second faster than the man covering him, it can be what separates a tackle from a touchdown, a win from a loss. That second might as well be an hour, a year, a lifetime, because one single second can make all the difference. That's why AT&T built the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T is the official wireless provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. Rethink possible. Mobile broadband not available in all areas.
Welcome to Lowe's. Oh, looks like you're ready for some Bulldogs football.
How'd you know?
Bulldogs face paint, Bulldogs jersey.
I'm almost ready for kickoff. Just had to make one more stop for my game day grill supplies.
Well, you come to the right place. Lowe's has all the accessories you need for game day grilling. Whether it's Weber or Charbroil grills, Kingsford charcoal, or Blue Rhino propane, Lowe's has you covered tighter than the Bulldogs' first-string offensive line. All together now.
Go Dogs! All right,
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation only, termination fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
There's a difference between the confidence you get from a supercut and a haircut somewhere else. A regular cut does karaoke, but a supercut rocks the Coliseum. Any haircut chats up ladies at the club, but a supercut makes an omelet for 2 the next morning.
Yummy.
Any old cut yells, but a supercut from the best trained stylists in the business gives you the confidence to be that man. Get in, get confident at Supercuts every time.
Here in Columbia, South Carolina leads Georgia 14-3. Let's pause for station identification. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP. Bulldogs football is brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872, and by Subway, the official sandwich of the Georgia Bulldogs. Play hard, eat fresh. Georgia has it 1st and 10. Ball tucked in just inside the Gamecocks 16-yard line. So our second trip, Z, into the red zone.
Yeah, and this is a good spot on the field right now to take a shot into the end zone on 1st down.
Tavares King to the right, 2 receivers left. We keep it on the ground with Ely, looking for running room outside the tackle. Josh Davis, he cuts inside, and his body got to about the 14-yard line. His waist was on the 15. He was leaning forward to the 14, and it looks like that's where they'll spot it. Rodney Paulk, the middle linebacker, missed all of last season for South Carolina, back to make the tackle. for the Gamecocks. A gain of a couple, maybe a yard and a half. Second down, and we'll call it 8.
Down here in the red zone, Carolina been very, very tough to start the season. Our first trip here held us to a field goal.
Durham, Brown, and King in the game at receiver. South Carolina sneaks up on the line of scrimmage defensively, looking like they want to blitz. Murray drops back in the shotgun. There's the snap. Murray looks. He pump fakes. Now he throws. Right corner of the end zone, incomplete. He wanted to go to Tavares King back there, ran out of real estate. The ball hit the hedges behind the end zone there. Incomplete. Brings up 3rd down and 8 now for the Bulldogs from the Gamecock 14-yard line.
Carolina brought everybody they could bring there, brought all 3 of their linebackers right up the middle. Georgia offensive line did a good job. Aaron Murray actually had a lot of time to throw that pass.
Tanner Strickland, one of our guards. Bowling and Davis, the tackles. Cordy Glenn on the other side. Ben Jones, the center. He snaps from the shotgun. Well, they wait for a minute as Murray set to receive the snap, and he walks up to the line to check the play. Play clock at 3, and there's the snap. Now Murray with a quarterback draw, breaks off at the 10, and leans inside down to the 9-yard line, maybe the 8. A spinning run by Aaron Murray gets the ball inside the 10, but it's going to be short of the first down, and here comes the field goal unit once again for Georgia. Lottie Ajaboy made the stop on the Georgia quarterback. So Walsh will come in for his second field goal attempt of the ball game. He'll spot the ball at the 16. Drew Butler is the holder. Ty Fricks is the snapper. The snap and the hold and the kick by Walsh, all good, and Georgia has 3 more points. So we cut the deficit to 8 after that second half opening drive by Georgia. Took a lot of time off the clock. 8:17 remaining in the third quarter, and it is now South Carolina 14 and Georgia 6. Thoughts on that possession?
I think it was a good possession. Of course, you want to get down to that red zone and put the ball into the end zone. We want to come out of those situations with 6 points. Carolina has proven to be very tough to start this young season in that part of the field, but a good start for the Georgia offense. We did open it up a little bit, allowing Aaron Murray to throw the football, ran the ball pretty well, so a good start, not a great one. Now's the time where this defense has got to stand up and make it stand, force a 3 and out, get this offense right back on the field.
So 2 field goals on the day offensively for Georgia. Do you have a T-shirt in you? Go to GeorgiaDogs.com and enter the State Farm Rivalry T-shirt contest before September 28th. State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Dogs will kick it off as Walsh will tee it up and boot it away from right to left to Chris Culliver, the deep man, who missed the season opener with Southern Miss 9 days ago now. 14-6 South Carolina. Walsh to kick it away. High and end over end and fairly deep. Culliver in his end zone, 3-4 yards deep, will run it out. Straight ahead 10, 15, 20, across the 20 and tackled there at the 22-yard line as Culliver runs it out of the end zone. And on the tackle was Blake Sailors, one of 3 brother tandems on the team. The Murray brothers, the Sailor brothers, and the Ogletree brothers for Georgia. South Carolina has it 1st and 10 on its 22. First possession of the second half for the Gamecocks. They work out of the shotgun. Man comes in motion. Hand off to Lattimore. He's hit as he crosses the line of scrimmage by Cornelius Washington, who drove him into the turf from his left end position. A gain of 1 by Lattimore, who's over 100 yards for the day. It'll be second down and 9.
Carolina really dominating in that first half. 228 total yards of offense. Lattimore 103 yards on the ground.
Run the same formation. They bring Gurley in motion. Hand it off to Lattimore again. Running straight ahead across the 25. Leans forward to the 27. Again, Washington on the tackle, along with D'Angelo Tyson for Georgia. Tyson, the 6'2", 290-pound nose out of Statesboro. 3rd and 5, a long 5 for South Carolina now. as they get up over the ball.
And Carolina doing nothing different than they did in the first half. Again, coming out with that read option or adjustment there. We're taking our defensive end, outside linebacker, and really trying to squeeze that gap.
We had 12 men on the field. Georgia had 12 men. We had to call a timeout. That's our third and final timeout.
Georgia.
Ouch. Well, that could sting. Hopefully it won't be a factor, but we're out of timeouts with 7:09 to go in the third quarter. You don't even want to be out of timeouts with 7:09 to go in the fourth quarter.
You really don't know.
And we've burned them all.
No, I'm sure that wasn't the intended plan coming out of the locker room.
Nope.
There is no foul for illegal substitution.
A nice adjustment there from Georgia on that read option that they've shown here in the first couple of plays here in the second half, taking our outside linebackers that can walk up and really act as a defensive end in many cases, where we're squeezing that read option play when they're handing it off to Lattimore and he's coming down and crashing. It leaves you vulnerable there to Garcia pulling that and then running with it. But right now they haven't shown a tendency to do that. We need to continue to shut down or try to shut down Marcus Lattimore.
14-6, South Carolina leads. They've got a 3rd and 5 coming up from their 27-yard line. Everything worth listening to is on Sirius XM. And stay tuned after today's game for more post-game football programming as we broadcast live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens with Dog Talk. Here we go, 3rd and 5 for South Carolina. The Gamecocks up by 8, 14-6. We creep up in there. Dobbs may have jumped off sides. Everybody points. Here are flags. Whistles blowing. Who moved? Did they lure us off sides, or did we just do it on our own? Looks like we boo-booed on that one. And that hurts. That's going to be close to the first down. That may be the first down.
5 yards from the previous spot. Result of the penalty is the first down.
Ouch. That's no good. Well, we'd stayed pretty much penalty-free. That's only our second one, but that one's costly. As they walk off the 5 to the 32, 33-yard line, and it gives South Carolina a first down.
For Carolina now 8 out of 10 on 3rd down.
We don't need to help them, do we? Here's Garcia back to pass. Stays in the pocket, goes deep down the middle, and it is caught in heavy traffic. Alshon Jeffrey between the hash marks. Makes the grab at the Georgia 28-yard line. Brandon Smith on the coverage. We had a couple other guys in the area, but Jeffrey makes the catch for a big gainer into Georgia territory as he picks up 50 yards on the play.
It's tough to defend a pass when it's thrown that well, but Carolina just ran 2 deep posts, took the safety with one. Garcia goes outside to hit the other one.
Split backfield, shotgun for Garcia. Looks to throw it left, now hands it off to Lattimore, who tries to pick his way straight ahead, and he moves the ball up to about the 25-yard line of the Bulldogs. It's going to be a gain of 3. Akeem Dent, our senior linebacker from Atlanta, with the tackle for the Bulldogs, who trail 14-6 with the clock at 6:23 and moving here in quarter number 3.
Garcia, after that long completion, now 10 out of 14 on the day for 147 yards.
Shotgun formation for South Carolina. It's 2nd down and 7 for the Gamecocks as they move left to right. Garcia drops back, pressure from the outside. Will tuck it, run. He fumbled the ball. It's on the ground. We dive on it. Let's see who has it. Bulldogs have it. Dogs jumped on the ball at the 24-yard line. We had pressure from the edge. Christian Robinson comes out of the pile with the football. He recovers the Garcia fumble. Tyson and Dobbs came from the outside, put pressure. They forced the fumble. Pressure on Garcia. He started to run with it, and it came loose, and we fall on it at the 24-yard line. And that was a play that may be worthy of the Comcast triple play. So Georgia, with its real first break of the ball game, gets the ball here in the third quarter. We've got a timeout. South Carolina leading 14-6. Back after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Everyone knows that Geico can save you money on car insurance. You'd have to be living on Jupiter not to know that. Want to talk discounts? Geico's got a list of discounts as long as a gorilla's arm, including good driver discounts, multi-car discounts, and discounts for auto safety features. In short, Geico's out to save you as much money as humanly possible. Scratch that. As much money as inhumanly possible.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you hundreds on car insurance.
Buddy Mays, Army National Guard, another satisfied Aaron's customer.
There's actually very few things in my house that did not come from Aaron's. My favorite Aaron's product would be my first laptop. This is the one I had in Iraq that I used to communicate with my wife.
Aaron's has name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. No credit checks, guaranteed low price, flexible payment plans. Nobody beats Aaron's.
The service at Aaron's is really good. In my eyes, nobody beats Aaron's.
Visit shopaarons.com to find the store near you.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation. And with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
South Carolina with its first fumble of the year, its second turnover this season, first turnover of the day by either team, as Christian Robinson recovered the Garcia fumble at our 24. Now Georgia on offense with Ely the tail. Murray play fake, throws it into the right flat. Munzenmeyer makes the catch and is going to be brought down at the 35-yard line, but it's going to be a gain of about 11, 10.5, 11 yards. It's a first down for Georgia. They threw it to Fred out in the right flat, and he was hit at the 30, but able to keep his feet for 5 more yards. Whitlock makes the tackle.
Well, Munzenmeyer there wide open. Carolina actually brought a blitz off that strong side with their middle linebacker and their strong side linebacker. The hot route is just hitting Munzenmeyer out in the flat, exactly what Aaron Murray did.
I formation for the Bulldogs. We trail 14-6, getting late in the third quarter. Run out of the eye, play fake to Ely. Murray, pass from the far hash. He hesitates. Now he throws deep. Durham's down there, makes the catch at the 25. Durham down to the 15, down to the 10, and dragged down right there out of bounds. Durham was wide open. He was 2 or 3 yards behind his defender, Devontae Holloman, who finally made the stop at the 10-yard line of the Gamecocks.
We've been throwing little outs and little hitches throughout most of the game, just a hitch and go there. We get behind Carolina. Nice pass from Murray. Good job of the offensive line. Anytime you throw any kind of pump and go, it takes time to develop. Aaron Murray had all day to throw that pass.
55-yard gain, and one that is worthy of the Comcast triple play. First and goal from the South Carolina 10 for Georgia. We trail 14-6. The lone setback is Ely. Now we slide Munzenmeyer, the fullback, in motion. Here comes the blitz. Murray, play fake, throws wide open again. Near side is Logan Gray. Makes the catch, sidesteps the tackler, dives down to the 4-yard line. A gain of 6 for Logan Gray.
That pass really shows off the arm strength of Aaron Murray. From the far hash, goes all the way over to the sideline to make that completion. It's only 5 or 6 yards down the field, but throwing it across the field, you've got to have an awfully strong arm to get it out there.
Swearinger and Whitlock make the tackle. Munzenmeyer in the game at fullback. Chappis was injured in that first half. I don't believe we've seen him since. Gray breaks out to the right side with Marlon Brown. On the near side is Israel Troop. Ely's in the backfield. We're under center with Murray. Second and goal from the Carolina 4. Long snap count, now flags and whistles. We may have run out of time. I think that's it. I think it's going to be a 5-yarder on Georgia. We'll get the call from Hubert Owens, our referee.
Right of the snap. False start. Number 28 on the offense. That penalty is 5 yards from the previous spot. Second down.
You know, a lot of confusion there from Georgia on that play. We're right down in the student section, right in that end zone, and they are really, really loud. They've been loud all game, but as we've come down here in the inside the 10-yard line, they're right on top of you. A lot of noise, created some confusion for the Georgia offense.
Can we not tell them to be quiet? We're trying to work. I think they would listen to that. Second and goal from the 9. Dogs go at it after a 5-yard mark off. Here's Murray, handoff to Ely. Ely at the 5. Oh, he fumbled the ball! He fumbled the ball! Carolina picks it up at the 2. Stephon Gilmore heading to the far side, 10, out of bounds at the 13-yard line. Oh, my goodness. Ely fumbled the ball as he was being tackled inside the 5.
And another trip inside the red zone. This time results in no points whatsoever. The hot streak for Carolina continues.
Stephon Gilmore picked it up and ran to the far side. Are they going to look at it again maybe to see if he was down?
The previous play is under further review.
We'll take a look at it on the replay. I think they'll probably uphold that call. As the first replay that I'm looking at here, it looked like Ely's knee had not yet touched the ground when the ball was knocked loose. And he fell on top of a player anyway, so I think South Carolina's going to maintain possession of the football right here. Show your Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own, we are nature's baker. 3:27 to go. Well, the Dogs got the ball on the other end of the field after a Steven Garcia fumble. We drive inside the 5-yard line and apparently cough it up. South Carolina recovered it. They're reviewing the play. Down 14-6 with 3:27 to go in the third quarter. This in-game recap's brought to you by Regions Bank. South Carolina completely controlled the first half as they ran twice as many plays as Georgia did and had the ball twice as long as the Bulldogs and had a 14-3 lead. We have since added a short 26-yard field goal by Blair Walsh. That's been all our scoring today, 2 field goals, and they've got 2 Lattimore touchdowns.
Yeah, they do, and another great opportunity there that's going to go by the wayside. I don't see there's any way that they can overturn this, and just as the momentum was starting to get back into Georgia, or maybe on for the first time.
The ruling on the field is confirmed.
South Carolina ball, 1st and 10, going the other way from their own 14-yard line.
We were close to getting this crowd out of the game, or at least quiet it down a little bit. That fumble got them right back into it.
Well, maybe we can take it right back while everybody seems to be in the mood for fumbling. 1st and 10 from their own 14, Carolina with an 8-point lead. Shotgun snap to Garcia. They head it to Lattimore. He runs in the middle. Nothing there. Tries to break outside. Rambo rushes up to sling him down on the outside edge as Bakari made the play to keep him to no gain.
Once again, Cornelius Washington from that end position, walking out from that outside linebacker position. Good job squeezing that play, forcing Lattimore back. We weren't doing that in the first half. Lattimore gassed us. We made the adjustment in the locker room at halftime. Been pretty successful so far.
2nd down, 10 for South Carolina. 2:54 to go in the third quarter. We faked some pressure. Now here comes some blitz by Georgia. Garcia nowhere to go. Oh, he gets out of the pocket, running out on the far edge across the 15, down to the 18, maybe the 19. Let's see where they spot it. Bakari Rambo again makes the tackle. We had Garcia bottled up for possible sack on the play, but he escaped and got to the 19-yard line. Robinson and Dent in pursuit, forcing him out, and then Rambo made the stop. He got positive yards. He got 5 of them, and it's 3rd and 5 from the 19.
Well, a good run there by Garcia to make something happen, but exactly what you want to see if you're Georgia. Get up, make him make some adjustments, and run around in the pocket.
3rd and 5 in the shotgun. Garcia pump fake, now throws to the right side. Man open, we hit him. We don't wrap up Gurley. He spins away from one defender. He has the first down across the 30 at the 32. Hamilton hit him first. Gurley spun off of that and was able to get about another yard or two. But South Carolina, another 3rd down conversion for the Gamecock offense.
Yeah, and you knew that was coming at some point in time in this game. They've thrown that little quick hitch about 6 or 7 times. There they fake the hitch. We bite on it. Then they just run up the field about 10 yards. Pretty easy completion for Garcia.
13-yard gain for South Carolina. Clock at 1:42 in the third. Handoff to Lattimore as they come this way with a little bit of blocking. Lattimore tries to cut upfield on the corner and is tripped up at the 35-yard line. Falls to the 36. Gamble and Robinson, the linebackers, credited with the tackle for Georgia. It'll be second down after a 4-yard gain. Second down and 6 for South Carolina. They continue to move the ball on the Bulldogs. 14-6 our score. South Carolina with both of its touchdowns in the first half. They will run out of the eye this time with Garcia moving up under center. Marcus Lattimore, the freshman, is the tailback. He'll take it. Big hole, left side, 40. Breaks outside. We try to collar him. Nothing there. Still on his feet. 45, 46-yard line. Gain of 14. Akeem Dent drags him down. That was a huge gaping hole at left tackle for Marcus Lattimore. And he cashed in with a 14-yard gain, and it's another first down for South Carolina.
And we've got to wrap up in the secondary when Lattimore's getting downfield. Once again, running through 2 different tackles to take what would have been a 6-yard gain into a 14-yard gain.
They pull it back a yard, give him a 15-yard asset on the carry. It's at the 45, 1st and 10 for South Carolina. Stay under center and stay in the eye. Lattimore with the handoff, tripped up as he crosses the line of scrimmage. He may have tripped himself up. I didn't see who got a hand on him. He did, though. He just stumbled on the turf, but still he falls forward for positive yards. Even stumbling, he got 3.5 or 4 yards. Let's see where they're going to bring it back a little bit more than that. So they give him 2, and they spot it at the 40, just shy of the 48-yard line. And that's going to be the last play of the third quarter as South Carolina heads to the final 15 with an 8-point lead and the ball right now. It's South Carolina 14 and Georgia 6. Breaking the action as we head to the 4th and final quarter. This is Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
Score a touchdown this football season with Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. Perfect for any occasion, from dinner time to game time. The next time you're hosting a big game bash, don't forget plenty of Nature's Own white wheat hamburger and hot dog buns. Both feature the timeless taste of white with the hearty nutrition of wheat and are great with whatever you pull off the grill. For tailgate-friendly recipes and ideas, find us on Facebook or visit nature'sownbread.com. Nature's Own. We are nature's baker.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances, but I meddle.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit GeorgiaDogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Lender's Bagels, Aunt Jemima Frozen Pancakes and Waffles, and Vlasic Pickles, Peppers, and Relish.
David Shumay back inside the ISP Network studios as we check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's ultra-fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. An update from Gainesville. The Gators are on the board, taking advantage of a South Florida turnover to get their first touchdown of the afternoon, tied at 7 midway through the third quarter. And Kansas has seesawed back in front of number 15, Georgia Tech, 21-17 as they've got a minute to go in the third quarter. Scott, that's the same Kansas team that lost to North Dakota State a week ago.
Yes, it is. 14-6. South Carolina leads here over Georgia as we get set to start the fourth quarter. A text message from Texaco. Want to help keep your car running great? Do what people who know cars do. Trust the unbeatable cleaning power of Texaco with Techron to clean vital engine parts and help keep your car running great. South Carolina trying to take advantage of a Georgia turnover deep in Gamecock territory as they move with the football. Garcia will throw near sideline. Receiver and defender tangled up, but no flag on the near sideline. Pass is incomplete as Jason Barnes was the intended receiver. And he got tangled up. Was that Rambo or Cuff over here defending? They got tangled up on the near sideline, and the pass sailed over everyone's head. It'll be third down now and 8. It was Vance Cuff in the corner position over there. They were bumping and grinding a little bit, and the officials let them play down the field.
Good pressure applied there by Akeem Dent and Christian Robinson up the middle.
Garcia in the shotgun, split backfield. Kenny Miles is in the game now. Now they break out DeMarco out to a receiver spot, and South Carolina will call a timeout.
Timeout. South Carolina. It's their first timeout of the half.
14-6 our score, 5 seconds into the fourth quarter. We'll be back to Columbia after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Toughness defined with Mark Richt.
Well, to me, toughness has a lot to do with what we say here at Georgia, finish the drill. It means don't quit. There's so many things in life that will try to knock you down. People that are truly tough are the ones that keep going. And the same thing is true with the Ford Motor Company. Ford trucks have been the best as long as I can remember.
F-150 is built Ford tough and has been America's bestseller for 33 years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today.
If Georgia's your team, then F-150 is your truck.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
When I heard about Georgia Power's new energy audit tool on their website, I wanted to have it tested out, so I took it down to our computer lab, Cromwell, for his analysis. First, Cromwell completed his home profile. Then he answered a few easy questions, and then it gave him a comprehensive report. Based on Cromwell's analysis, he thinks the online energy audit could help the average homeowner find ways to reduce their yearly energy costs up to 30%.
Sniff out up to 30% savings a year at GeorgiaPower.com.
Welcome to Lowe's. Oh, looks like you're ready for some Bulldogs football.
How'd you know?
Bulldogs face paint, Bulldogs jersey.
I'm almost ready for kickoff. Just had to make one more stop for my game day grill supplies.
Well, you come to the right place. Lowe's has all the accessories you need for game day grilling. Whether it's Weber or Charbroil grills, Kingsford charcoal, or Blue Rhino propane, Lowe's has you covered, tighter than the Bulldogs' first-string offensive line. All together now.
Go Dogs! All right.
Experience. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dens. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that, too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or SherwinWilliams.com.
(14-6), South Carolina leading Georgia in the fourth quarter. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T. Over 135 years experience making sound financial decisions in the best interest of our clients. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. And you can show off your Georgia pride all season long with Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Find them on Facebook or visit naturesownbread.com. 14:55 to play in the ball game. The Dogs had their most recent scoring threat squashed after a turnover inside our 10. Washawn Ely fumbled. Stephon Gilmore recovered it for South Carolina. And the Gamecocks have driven to near midfield, 3rd and 8. They're 8 out of 10 on third down conversions today. That's astounding. Shotgun snap to Garcia. Stands in the pocket. Pump fake and drilled into the turf at the 39-yard line. A sack for Georgia. Justin Houston came from the left side and planted his face mask right into the chest plate of Garcia. And he is down at the 38-yard line. He's not down. He's up and on the sideline now, and thankfully so, probably is what he's thinking. But a loss on the play, and it's 4th down for Carolina. Now the Dogs with another opportunity here. Brandon Smith back deep. Spencer Lanning is the punter, and he gets this one off high. Wobbly spiral. Smith on the 15. Breaks the tackle at the 15. Heads across field. Now backpedaling. Runs straight up the field at the 10. He had dipped all the way back to the 5 after he was spun around. He didn't call for the fair catch. One of their gunners got down, tried to wrap him up at the 15. Unable to do that. We end up being dropped at the 10 or the 11-yard line. 45-yard punt, -5 on the return by Brandon Smith. Quinn Smith, the man to finally wrap up Brandon Smith at the 10-yard lines where they'll spot the football.
If there's ever a good -5 return, that may have been it. He got pushed back, was 5 yards back, even further than that. Did a good job of getting up the field.
14-6, South Carolina leading Georgia, 4th quarter, breaking the action. Timeout, Bulldogs football from ISP.
G Extra has changed our name to GTV. We've moved to a new and improved online video player. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldog sports. GTV brings you live game coverage, press conferences, inside analysis, feature interviews, highlights, and more. Log on to www.georgiadogs.com/all access. With GTV, you're a fan, no matter where you live.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each small business customer. That means giving you the basics, like checking and savings, as well as offering the right lending options. Because we understand how important capital, revenue, and cash flow are to your small business. So if you're ready for a bank that's as committed to growing your business as you are, switch to Regions. Visit Regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
Nothing's better than the 2 for $20 deal at Applebee's. Get 1 shareable appetizer and 2 delicious entrees for only $20. And catch the game in the sports zone at Applebee's with tons of widescreen TVs and all-day, everyday drink specials. Make Applebee's your game day headquarters.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon.
Activation, early termination, and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Most people don't like to talk in the morning. Subway gets that. Want a tasty breakfast without the jibber-jabber? Just point at the jalapenos, fresh tomatoes, anything you want. Let us build your better breakfast, like the Western Egg White Muffin Melt. Subway, eat fresh.
Products may vary, be available from opening to opening on the participating restaurants.
BB&T sponsors Georgia football, best bank in town since 1872. Georgia 1st and 10 from its own 10. Washawn Ely takes a toss, runs to the left, looking for running room, gets about 3 yards, maybe 4 to the 14. Brought down by Straughter, the linebacker, and Travian Robertson, the defensive tackle. Ben Jones and Munzenmeyer leading the blocking along with Cordy Glenn for Washawn Ely, who's basically been a one-man crew in the backfield today. Caleb King has played one play. Carlton Thomas had a series in the first half. Sean Chappis was injured in the first half. We haven't seen him in the second.
It's got important here that we flip field position, get a couple of first down at a minimum.
When we run out of the eye, play fake with Murray. A far hash. Now he's going to run. Forced out. Across the 15. Tackled at the 16-yard line, but they won't give him quite that far. They'll bring it back about the 15.5. Straughter and Melvin Ingram, a defensive tackle, hurrying to grab the legs of Aaron Murray as he was squeezed out of the pocket and forced upfield. 3rd down and 5 now for Georgia.
And boy, we were trying to take a shot down the field there, just didn't have enough time to get the ball off. Good job by Aaron of getting up in the pocket and making something out of that, because his protection broke down pretty quick.
3rd and 5 from the 15. Murray in the shotgun, split backfield with Munzenmeyer and Ely. King to the left and 2 receivers to the right. Snap to Murray in the pocket, looking. Now throws to the right side. Washawn Ely has to jump in the air to make the catch at the 14, and nowhere to go after the catch. He's brought down right there at the 14-yard line by Devin Taylor. And Georgia goes 3 and out and will have to kick it away on 4th and 6. Lost a yard on that one.
And that hurts right now because the field position battle firmly in Carolina's hands. 12 minutes left in the 4th quarter, still plenty of time, but we've got to get that momentum and really flip this field so we're working on a short field and don't have to go the entire length.
Drew Butler had a 75-yard punt last season. 2 years ago, Brian Mims had a 77-yarder right here at this field. There's the snap. Butler, the kick, is a spiraling, fairly long kick taken at the 46 of South Carolina. Stephon Gilmore fields it and then stumbles out of bounds as he's forced out at the near sideline. A 40-yard punt, a 4-yard return. Gamble forcing him out of bounds, and a timeout with 11:49 to play in the ball game. We're down a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. It's South Carolina 14, Georgia 6, breaking the action. More Bulldog football coming up right after this from ISP.
AT&T and BlackBerry teamed up to evolve the smartphone. The new BlackBerry Torch has evolved Carl, who is usually defined as Carl, noun, an outdoorsy guy who's allergic to shellfish. Now, with the BlackBerry Torch's brilliant touchscreen and famous BlackBerry keyboard, Carl watches funny videos in amazing clarity. Carl types emails faster and more accurately. Carl sees his favorite sports websites displayed in their full glory. Carl views Twitter and Facebook on the same screen, so his social life soars like a hawk. Now Carl is more like Carl with a K, which sounds similar but feels cooler with a C. But no matter how Carl spells Carl, Carl is still allergic to shellfish.
The new BlackBerry Torch, a brilliant touchscreen, full web, predictive video search, Facebook and Twitter on a single screen, all working seamlessly with the BlackBerry keyboard. AT&T, rethink possible.
Certain geographic other monthly charges and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Ryder Hamilton, legendary dog trainer.
Dogs can sense when something is wrong even when we can't. Take Phantom Energy. This is energy that's still being used even when your electronic devices are turned off. Georgia Power asked if we might be able to train dogs to attack phantom energy loss. All right. Unplug them, boy. Unplug them. Dogs know that a plasma TV uses nearly as much electricity when it's turned off as when it's turned on. And that using a power strip can save you up to $100 a year.
Good boy.
Find more ways to sniff out savings at GeorgiaPower.com.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the record, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
David Chimay back inside the ISP Network studios. Let's check the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Jeffrey Demps, the 62-yard touchdown run, has given Florida their first lead of the afternoon, 14-7 on South Florida, 6:14 to play in the third quarter. And Kansas has tacked on another touchdown. They lead Georgia Tech 28-17. Back out to the guys at Williams-Brice Stadium.
All right, David, thank you. Coming up before the end of the ball game, Eric and I will be selecting the Texaco Star Player of the Game. Georgia down 14-6. South Carolina 1st and 10 near midfield from their own 49-yard line. I formation, keep it on the ground to Lattimore. He's hit in the backfield by Bakari Rambo. The strong safety came up to fill the gap and make the contact with the freshman Lattimore, who's had a tremendous day. Over 100 yards. That's his 29th carry. Close to 130 yards on the day. He has been a workhorse.
And we brought Christian Robinson and Bakari Rambo right in the same hole. Christian Robinson took on the lead blocker, leaving Bakari there free to make the tackle.
Second down, 10.5 for South Carolina from near midfield. Garcia looking to throw, keeps going backwards, and we finally sack him. Akeem Dent back on the 35-yard line. He just kept backpedaling and looking, and finally the pocket collapsed, and Georgia put him down at the 35-yard line. A loss of 14 big ones.
Well, we couldn't flip the field position on offense, but we may have just done it there with that sack. A huge loss as Garcia kept backpedaling. And once again, he's done this a couple of times in the game. Very loose with that ball as he's got pressure around him. If he continues to do that, we may have another opportunity to knock that ball away and pick up a cheap one.
Now it's 3rd and 24 with 10:38 to go in the ball game. South Carolina in the shotgun. Snap to Garcia. They throw it to the right side to Alshon Jeffrey as he slants in from the right, and he is dragged down shy of the 40-yard line. Darrell Gamble makes the stop, and nowhere near a first down, obviously, and it's 4th and extra long for South Carolina. He got to the 39, so he gained 4 on the play, and South Carolina will punt it away. Here comes Lanning, who had a nice kick, nice high punt on his last effort. Brandon Smith did not call for a fair catch, was twisted around, ended up losing 5 yards on the return. He stands at our 13-yard line to receive the punt. Here's the snap. Lanning, almost got a man in there. Another boomer by Lanning. Smith over on the 10 on the numbers. Now headed this way as he avoids a couple of tackles. There's a flag. Smith running, directing traffic to the 15, to the 20, near sideline, still on his feet. Didn't go out of bounds across the 30, dancing his way up to the 34, but check a flag over across the field at the 19-yard line. A 50-yard punt, 23-yard return by Brandon Smith, but it's likely going to be wiped out due to a block in the back, I would anticipate.
If it is a block in the back, it would only be the 4th penalty on the Dogs, but boy, they have come at some untimely situations.
No kidding. Here's Hubert Owens.
Return. Illegal block in the back.
Yep.
Number 44 on the receiving team. That penalty is half the distance from the spot of the foul. First down.
They got the freshman Stripling for the block in the back. And that'll put the Bulldogs mired up again at the 11-yard line. We've got a time with 9:39 to go in the ball game. 14-6, South Carolina leads Georgia. Back in a moment. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
Veronica Tharp, Eastman, Georgia, another satisfied Aaron's customer.
Aaron's is my kind of store. I went to Aaron's to purchase a personal computer. I make monthly payments, and that makes it more affordable. I like shopping at Aaron's because the customer service is excellent, and you have a wide variety.
Aaron's has name-brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. No credit checks, guaranteed low price, flexible payment plans. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Based on my experience with Aaron's, I would gladly recommend it to others.
Visit shopaarons.com to find the store near you.
The only 24/7 radio channel dedicated to fantasy sports is here. Sirius XM now gives you fantasy sports radio, non-stop talk.
Steven Jackson, there may not be a tougher running back.
Insider advice, taking your calls, athlete and coach interviews.
If you could just play some catcher for a couple games.
I can play anywhere. And everything you need to dominate. Your fantasy sports league is now on Sirius XM.
While baseball has earned its place as America's pastime, it wasn't always a given. The phrase could have been as American as foosball and apple pie. Imagine singing Take Me Out to the Luge Run. But there's something universal about baseball, peanuts, the bleachers on a hot summer day, and an ice-cold Budweiser. The beer that starts with full flavor and ends with a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Budweiser. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Please drink responsibly.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, like our auto loans with great low rates, home loans for important purchases, and personal loans that help you consolidate debt into one low monthly payment. So if you're ready for a better banking experience, drop by a branch, visit regions.com/loans, or call 1-888-NA-SNAP and switch to Regions. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
Bulldogs football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. Down to the sidelines, and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Sideline Report. Chuck.
Gentlemen, Sean Chapp was unable to get back into this game with that bad ankle right now, but let me tell you, he was doing what a leader does. He went out there on the field when the offense was gathered around Coach Rick, patted every single one of them on the helmet, says, guys, let's go. Back up to you.
All right, the Dogs need to start going. 1st and 10 on their own 9-yard line. Bad field position in the fourth quarter. Last possession at the 10, this one at the 9. We're in the shotgun. There's the snap to Murray. He looks left, now rolls in the end zone, heaves it up, throws it into the South Carolina bench out of bounds. Had Rantavius Wooten on the right side, but nowhere near just getting rid of the football. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs.
Good decision by Aaron Murray just to throw that one away. The Gamecocks right now, 3 down linemen playing nickel, just played cover two, not wanting anything to get behind them. Good coverage on that play. Aaron had nothing to do there but get the ball out of his hands and live to fight another down.
2nd down, 10 for the Dogs. I formation, Ely's the tail, Munzenmeyer's the full, handoff to Washawn. Little hole on the left side, just a little gap, but South Carolina with good speed defensively closes it in a hurry as Ely is brought down at the 11-yard line by the strong safety Holloman. Had an interception in that win over Southern Miss. A gain of about 3. Makes it 3rd down. And a long 7 or 8 yards to go for Georgia, just shy of the 12-yard line.
Dogs 3 for 9 on 3rd down, and again, they're going to have to navigate the student section. They're down in the part of the field where the students are right on top of them.
Clock under 9 minutes. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. We split the backfield. Stay in the shotgun with Murray. Flags on the play. Murray forced out of the pocket, stumbles at the 10, falls forward to close to the 14-yard line, but did I see a flag come out? Thought I saw a flag. The officials are talking about it. They picked up the flag. An illegal shift on Georgia.
Illegal shift. 2 men moving at the same time on the offense without getting set. That penalty has been declined. 4th down.
So we have to punt it away. 4th straight punt. Gilmore made the tackle on Murray as he was trying to elude the defenders. 4th straight punt for both teams. Carolina's had 2. Now this is our 2nd. Gilmore's at midfield. Butler's in the end zone. Here's the snap and the punt by Drew. A low, kind of a line drive spiral. Going to bounce from the Carolina 46 and head to the near sideline. Gilmore acts as if he wants to pick it up and run, but he stays away, and Georgia will down it at the South Carolina 37-yard line. A 51-yard punt with a bounce and a roll and no return. Got the Dogs out of a bit of a hole, but South Carolina with decent field position at their own 37-yard line. Dogs defense has done pretty well with South Carolina offense in the second half, Eric. Gamecocks have less than 70 total yards of offense in the second half, but our guys just can't seem to get going because of their defense, and we've had a key turnover.
Well, a couple of adjustments we made defensively that has reined in Lattimore a little bit has helped, but you're right. We've got to get it going on the offensive side of the ball.
They hand it off to Lattimore. He's got running room across the 45 to the 50 into Georgia territory to the 47. Jakar Hamilton brought him down. A quick 15 or 16 yards for the freshman, Marcus Lattimore, as he approaches 150 yards rushing on the day.
And remember, the Dogs now with no timeouts had to burn all of our timeouts early on. We wouldn't use it right now anyway, but if Carolina starts to move it, they can run this clock down pretty quick.
Carolina 1st and 10 on the Bulldog 47-yard line, working from right to left. They lead it 14-6. 7:45 to go in the contest. Shotgun formation. Garcia with a long count. Will play fake it to Lattimore. Now he'll run it just to give Lattimore a break. Garcia takes a hit at the 43-yard line. Positive yardage. Dent put a dent in him, and Rambo got the tackle as well. About a 4-yard gain for the South Carolina quarterback.
Look for Carolina to milk this clock a little bit, try to run that play clock down inside 7 or 8 seconds before they snap the ball.
2nd down, 6 for South Carolina. We've got Tripp and Brandon Wood, Washington and Houston across the front line. And now Dent sneaks up in there. A couple of guys move offsides, but no contact. Lattimore, we had him in the backfield. Two guys hit him. He just bounced off like a pinball, kept running forward down to the 37-yard line. Unbelievable. Dent hit him first. Couldn't wrap up. And we've discovered that today. Houston, did he finally drag him down? Justin Houston finally made the tackle. And it's going to be close to a first down. Hubert Owens, our referee, says that they want to measure.
Well, that's been a pretty common theme so far today as Lattimore gets into the backfield, escapes tackles. We've got guys just bouncing off of him.
That's his 31st carry, I believe, over 150 yards. He got the first down. Well, just shy of 150. He's 31 for 148 now by the freshman. So a freshman comes in here and carries it 31 times. That's a pretty good workload.
Boy, it really is. He has looked awfully good and awfully strong running the football.
1st and 10, Carolina on the Georgia 37-yard line. They lead it 14-6. Less than 6.5 minutes to play. Garcia's in the shotgun. There's the snap, a little bit low and to his left. But he feels it, hands it off to Lattimore, breaks more tackles, still on his feet, 20. Collides with the defender, moves him back to the 15, down to the 14, maybe the 13, and left a trail of Bulldogs behind him. We've got two guys shaken up back at the 35. Lattimore down to the 13-yard line. 24 more yards for the talented freshman from Duncan, South Carolina. Two players hurt back on the other end. Christian Robinson slow to get up. He is up, though, and shaking off the cobwebs. And we still have one man down. We're tugging at the ball on Lattimore as he was just plowing through defenders. D'Angelo Tyson is the injured player that remains on the field back at the 35-yard line with Georgia's training staff tending to him. He's on his back now, and they will help him up, at least to sit up. South Carolina trying to salt this one away here. With 6:14 to go at the Georgia 13-yard line, and they own an 8-point lead.
We had narrowed the gap a little bit in time of possession, but once again, Carolina is starting to spread that gap. Our defense has been on the field quite a bit this afternoon, and that offensive line really dominated the game in the first half. We made a bit of a push there in the third quarter, but once again, starting to take it over, and Lattimore running very hard, running through tackles, getting everything out of every carry he has.
Georgia, one of the keys that we had looked for is Georgia was going to have to run the football to be able to have success, and we've only managed 77 yards, and basically we've been doing it with one guy.
That's
Sean
right.
Ely. Caleb King hasn't played today, hasn't really played. Chappis has been injured. Munzenmeyer's been the fullback. Carlton Thomas played a series, so it's been all Washawn Ely. 1st and 10, South Carolina at the Georgia 13, going from right to left. Garcia's in the shotgun. Lattimore's the lone setback. Another handoff to the freshman. Lattimore ducks his head, runs inside the 10, down to the 6.
Almost got out of that one.
Justin Houston. Is he greased up? Is his uniform greasy or something? I mean, he's just slipping through arms and hands and shoulders and everything else. He just stays on the move. He's got a lot of yards after contact, down to the 7-yard line now. He got 6 more on that carry. So the young Lattimore with an early career best effort against the Bulldogs today. 178 yards now on 33 carries and 2 touchdowns. Inside the 10, South Carolina 2nd down. They hand it to Lattimore. Starts to head for the left corner. Cuts back inside on the near hash and gets positive yards again. Darrell Gamble makes the tackle. That's the thing about him. He's going to find positive yards. He's not going to curl around and run 7 or 8 yards around the other direction in the backfield. He's just going to find the shortest route to get a positive yard.
Well, he's been north or south all day long, and it helps when you can run through those initial couple of tackles, which he's been doing all day long. He's been hitting the hole quick. If it's been blocked up, just 1 or 2 quick slide steps. He's finding small creases and getting through that initial contact to find positive yards.
3rd and 1 from the Bulldog 4 for South Carolina. We can't stop the clock. It is 4:15 and ticking. We're out of timeouts. Garcia shotgun, handed to Lattimore. Gets the first down to the 2, maybe the 1. Couple more, maybe 3 more for Lattimore. Marcus Doughton to stop, the Bulldog linebacker out of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. 4:01 to go. It's a first down, the first and goal for the Gamecocks from the Georgia 2. They lead it 14-6.
The other story of this game, Gamecocks 9 out of 13 on third down conversions.
It's crazy stuff.
That's hard to do against air.
Well, they flip-flop Gurley from left to right. Garcia in the shotgun. First and goal from the Georgia 2. Here's Lattimore looking for his third touchdown. He loses his helmet. He may have lost the ball down at the 1. We stop him shy of the goal line. The helmet rolled into the end zone. Down by Marcus Doughton. Apparently no fumble. The guys were diving after the football. It's on the 1. Clock still moving. 3:26, 3:25. We've got another player shaken up as Doughton is on one knee at the 5-yard line. Slow to get up. Training staff comes out to get him. He looked like he wanted to stay in the ball game, but he will head to the sidelines. Second and goal from the 1 for South Carolina. Clock now stopped at 3:25 with the Gamecocks up 14-6. They haven't scored in the second half, but they're less than 36 inches from doing that here in the fourth quarter. The South Carolina offense asking the student section that they are facing right now not to be waving stuff around and kind of be quiet for them. And they oblige. Carolina in the shotgun. Clock under 3 minutes. Second and goal from the 1. Long snap count. Garcia takes it, hands it off to Lattimore. He's hit in the backfield at the 3 or the 4 by Darrell Gamble. He was trying to rip the ball out as well while he was helping make the tackle. Christian Robinson got in there as well. Going to be a loss on the play back to the 3. A rare lost yardage play by the freshman Lattimore. So third and goal now from the 3. Clock still moving at 2.5. Unless something crazy happens, South Carolina feels pretty comfortable with its situation right here, up 8 and on our 3, with even though it's 3rd and 3.
Well, if you're the Dogs right now, you want to do what we just tried to do. Stand up the running back and then just go after the ball and try to strip it out of there, rip at it with everything that you can. You don't want to bring them down to the ground right away, right now in this instance. You've got to get that ball loose somehow.
South Carolina lets the clock tick down, calls a timeout with 2:05 to play. 14-6, Carolina leads Georgia. We'll take a break. Back after this. This is Bulldogs football from ISP.
What if we told you there's a new utility vehicle with the most advanced engine in its class? That it has an 812cc 3-cylinder engine with dual overhead cams? That it has 50 horsepower? And that intense acceleration comes standard? Now what if we told you it's a John Deere? The all-new Gator XUV 825i is going to leave a tire track over your expectations. Get the all-new Gator XUV 825i exclusively at your local John Deere dealer. Blanchard Equipment is your local John Deere dealer. Visit BlanchardEquipment.com today for a location nearest you.
Well, we're still catching every game, just a lot more from home than here in the stands, huh?
Yeah, and when we do get to go, Dad says we got to bring our own peanuts and stuff.
Looking for some extra ticket money this season? Let a State Farm agent do a free discount double check that could save you hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
We'll always be there for this team, even when we can't actually be here.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the record, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dens. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat-screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that, too. as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of rugged brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
Let's pause for station identification. This is Bulldogs football from ISP. Bulldogs football brought to you by BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. It's 3rd and goal from the 3 for South Carolina. Snap is low. Garcia fields it, curls around right side, runs for the goal line, just short down to the 1. That was almost an errant snap. Doughton and Hamilton make the stop on Garcia, shy of the goal line. It's 4th and goal, but the clock under 2 minutes. We can't stop it. We've been out of timeouts since sometime early yesterday afternoon. Minute 40 to go in the contest. Carolina up 14-6. Easy chip shot field goal from here. I wouldn't think you'd want to roll the dice at this point because it's still reachable. Down 8 if you kick the field goal, get the points, and you put it out of reach.
Yeah, I think they're going to take the clock down, use their final timeout, then come in and kick the field goal.
Timeout. South Carolina.
They stop it with 1:16 to go.
Third and final timeout of the half.
Texaco Star Player of the Game. Make our selection here. I'm going to vote for Blair Walsh because he's 2 for 2 today. He's responsible for our points. We didn't really have any standout offensive performance. We've had defensive guys make a lot of tackles, but Lattimore's kind of lit us up for 182 yards.
Yeah, you know, when you take just a look at the performances, nothing eye-popping. Aaron Murray, 12 out of 18 today, 152 yards. Rashawn Ely, 75 yards on 19 carries, but again, we didn't accomplish what we needed to. We got down into the red zone 3 times, no points out of it or no touchdowns out of it, outside of Blair's field goal. So with all of that said, I agree with you.
Well, you compare Murray's numbers to Stephen Garcia, and they're almost identical. Justin Houston has 3 sacks for Georgia and 10 tackles. Rambo has 12 tackles. Probably Houston on defense and Walsh on special teams as the Texaco Star players of the game. Spencer Lanning on to try a field goal for South Carolina now, and they'll spot the ball at the 8-yard line between the hashes right in front of the goalpost to put Carolina up by 11. With 1:16 to go, there's the snap and the hold. He punches it through, but hold everything. Flags and whistles to kill the play. And they may back South Carolina up 5 yards. We'll see what the call is.
Before the snap, false start on the offense. 5 yards from the previous spot. 4th down.
Well, last year in that offensive firestorm in Athens, a 41-37 Georgia win, D'Angelo Tyson blocked an extra point that turned out to be a key play in the ball game. Maybe we can block this one and run it back. Can always hope, right? 1:15 to play. 14-6 South Carolina, trying to nail it shut with now what will be a 24-yard field goal. Spotting on the 14. Snap is low. There's the punch by Lanning, and it's good. South Carolina 17 and Georgia 6 with 1:12 to go here in the SEC opener. And as they like to say, it's always tough on the road in the SEC. Georgia's had an outstanding record on the road under Coach Mark Richt, but today hasn't been our day. Our offense has been, for the most part, anemic and kind of one-dimensional. South Carolina's, for that part, as far as they're concerned, they've been one-dimensional too. Just their one-dimension work has been pretty good.
Yeah, it's worked. I think the story of the game is the offensive line for Carolina, and then of course Marcus Lattimore, who's just taken the game over. Lattimore 182 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. They've dominated time of possession. 35 minutes Carolina's held the ball up to this point in the game.
Well, 1:12 to play, and South Carolina will tee it up to kick it off. Up 17-6 now. Georgia's return team out onto the field. Brandon Boykin will be the deep man for Georgia. He stands on the 10. And it'll be Jay Wooten to kick it off now for South Carolina. So a new kickoff man here as he has it teed up close to the near hash at the 30. Here's Wooten as he approaches. He punches it high, end over end, and short. And Boykin comes up to field it at the 25. Cuts at the 30, running straight across. 34, sidesteps a defender and is hit from behind in the side and pushed across the 35 up to the 36, maybe the 37-yard line. Dogs have 65 seconds to work with as Blake Baxley made the hit for South Carolina. 1st and 10 from the 37 for Georgia. We're down by 11. We break 2 men out to the right, 1 to the left. Aaron Murray, the quarterback. Ely is the lone setback. Snap to Murray. Rolls away from pressure, throws short. Marlon Brown, the intended receiver, on the right side in front of the Carolina bench. But the ball never got to him as Murray had to throw on the run. Had pressure from the backside. Incompletion stops the clock with an even 60 seconds showing, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for Georgia. From our 37, we get back up to the line of scrimmage. King is out to the left, and Brown and Durham to the right. Shotgun snap to Murray. Far hash. Stands has all day. Throws it far side. And there is Marlon Brown making the catch at the Carolina 40. Now inside the 35 and down to about the 32-yard line. So Brown came all the way from the right over to the left side and made the catch for a big gainer. Josh Dickerson making the stop as Georgia moves across into South Carolina territory down to the 32-yard line.
Carolina only rushing 3 there. Murray had all day to throw that pass.
Murray, pressure from behind, avoids the tackler, now steps up, and then the next pocket closes on him. He got away from the first guy, then he stepped up, and there was another Garnet jersey right in his face, and Murray has dropped it back to about the 41, 42-yard line. And the clock continues to roll. 27, 26. 2nd down, 19 to go. Dogs on the Carolina 41-yard line. Murray, quick snap, bobbled it for a moment. Now throws complete to the left. Stays in bounds, now drilled out of bounds. Trying to get more yards, but the clock is more important at this point as Tavares King made the catch at the 32-yard line. Stops the clock with 12 seconds to go.
Well, the Dogs will throw a couple into the end zone here and see if a miracle can happen.
Jones, the center, snaps it to Murray. Murray rolls to the near side, on the run, looking, pump fake, and is going to be sacked at the 39-yard line, swung down by his jersey. Clock at 2, clock at 1, and that's the ball game. And South Carolina has whipped Georgia here in Columbia. Final score, the Gamecocks 17 and the Bulldogs 6, as Steve Spurrier and Mark Richt meet at the middle of the field for a handshake and a few words. South Carolina, Eric, controlled this one in the first half and ended up dominating it as they lower the goalposts here. They've got those collapsible goalposts, so those are on the ground immediately here in Columbia as the Gamecocks enjoy a big SEC victory today over the Bulldogs.
I think dominate is the right word. They dominated the clock. They dominated running the football. The lines of scrimmage really owned by the South Carolina Gamecocks. Just a tough performance. We had a couple of chances to get into this football game. The last time we got down and threatened to score, it felt like momentum was about to jump on our side for the first time. We put the ball on the ground. After we did that, we really got nothing else. Had to start our drives from our own 10-yard line one time, our own 9-yard one time. Never able to get those few first downs to flip field position and give ourselves a chance to get back in this game.
Devin Taylor, the defensive end, sophomore at 6'7" and 250 from Beaufort, South Carolina, with an exclamation point right at the end of the game as he slings Murray to the ground for the final sack, the final tackle, and the clock ticks down. Final score, South Carolina 17 and Georgia 6. Stay tuned for the post game. That's coming up next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
You don't really think about stability until you don't have it. Auto Owners Insurance has been safe, sound, and secure for over 90 years. And working with your hometown independent agent, that's stability you can count on. Auto Owners Insurance, the no-problem people. For the independent Auto Owners Insurance agent nearest you, look for us in the Yellow Pages or visit us at AutoOwners.com.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each of our customers, handcrafting every relationship to make sure it's exactly what you want and need in a bank, with some pretty cool products and features like Life Green Checking, mobile banking, and online banking with bill pay. So if you're ready for a bank that's dedicated to making your banking experience easier and even more rewarding, switch to Regions. Go to regions.com/open today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. Minimum opening deposit required. See individual account disclosures for details.
Georgia football is brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
There's a fine line between fan and fanatic, and you pretty much vaporize it with a nuclear blast of white-hot, full-throated, die-hard passion. That's why you have Verizon, so you can follow your team 24/7 and post your brilliant post-game insights on the go. Power your passion with a strong signal. Visit VerizonWireless.com/how-spirited-are-you. Rule the stadium, rule the gridiron, rule the air. Verizon. Activation, early termination, and fees apply. Coverage details at VerizonWireless.com.
Big-time matchups are coming to Sanford Stadium, and if you want to see your Bulldogs fight for SEC glory, StubHub is the place to go for tickets. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs, giving season ticket holders a secure place to sell extra tickets and other fans a great selection of seats to every game. So, where do you want to sit? In the end zone for a conference clash? How about the 40-yard line when Tennessee comes to town? On StubHub, it's always your call and the service is always exceptional. So go to StubHub and choose your seats today. StubHub!
Garcia drops back, pressure from the outside. Will tuck it, run. He fumbled the ball. It's on the ground. We dive on it. Let's see who has it. Bulldogs have it.
Well, there's your AT&T call of the game. AT&T Rethink Possible. And it looked like things were going to go pretty well for the Bulldogs right there. After Christian Robinson recovered that fumble, Georgia was able to march deep into South Carolina territory, trailing at the time 14-6, and even penetrate the red zone. However, unfortunately, the Bulldogs fumbled themselves and kind of blew that opportunity to get right back into the game. Final score here today in Williams-Brice Stadium in South Carolina. The Gamecocks have beaten our Bulldogs 17-6. We'll come back. We'll have Coach Rick from the locker room in just a bit with Chuck Dowdle and all kinds of stuff, including the Bulldog call-in show after this from the Hotel Indigo with Jeff Dantzler and David Green. So stay with us. There's more to come from Williams-Brice Stadium. Again, Carolina over the Dogs today, 17-6. This is Georgia football from ISP.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit, includes hybrids, cannot combine with other offers, must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. Be sure to tell your insurance agent you want ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
Adam and Nina Rotello have a lot to figure out about managing their spending.
He takes care of the finances. I'm metal.
She wants to know what's going on. Everybody should. That's why State Farm agents are there with a free discount double check to make sure drivers are getting the discounts they deserve, like 17% for combining car and home policies.
Basically, when you get a good deal, you win.
We want to win.
And when you're cheering on the Bulldogs, we're right there with you.
State Farm is there. Discounts may vary state to state.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
If you want to save big on the brands you and your family love, don't miss the Cartbuster Savings Event going on right now at your neighborhood Kroger. It's your chance to stock up and save on the brands you buy all the time, like Tostitos, Tide, Charmin, Pepsi, Kroger brand, and lots more of your favorites, all at special Cartbuster savings. So be sure to look for the Cartbuster tag store-wide and save big during this great money-saving event at your neighborhood Kroger, where you get more value for the way you live.
This week, look for Cardbuster savings on Pepsi 2 liters. Just 88 cents each when you use your Kroger Plus card. Selected 9 to 12-ounce Kroger frozen vegetables are also just 88 cents each with your card. You'll save on great dinner ideas, too, like savory rotisserie chicken in the deli. We roast them fresh throughout the day so they'll be hot and ready to go when you want one. And right now, you can get a whole rotisserie chicken for just $3.99 with your card. Get more value for the way you live at Kroger.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. If you're ready for a better banking experience, then switch to Regions. Regions Bank, proud to be the official bank of the Southeastern Conference. The Regions Bank Locker Room Report is also sponsored by Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. AT&T, find out what's possible with the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Nature's Own, the official bread of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by SearsAuto.com. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Well, for a day that was mostly overcast, the sun has finally come out and shining brightly here in Columbia, especially for Gamecocks fans, as they are now 17-6 winners today over the Bulldogs. The recipient of this week's game ball is a very special young lady from Atlanta named Meg Fletcher. 6-year-old Meg is a student at Warren Jackson Elementary, and she's a lucky little girl. She wasn't so lucky 10 days ago, though. Meg was at Turner Field with her twin sister Kate and older sister Emma, cheering on their favorite players, Jason Hayward and Jeff Francoeur. Late in the ball game, a line drive foul ball whistled into the stands and hit Meg in the right side of her head, fracturing her right frontal lobe. She was rushed to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, where she was immediately cared for by neurosurgeon Barun Brahma. Today, Meg is okay. She's home, recovering nicely, and pulling for her dogs. Hey, Meg, enjoy your game ball from Coach Rick. We're all cheering for you today, sweetie. And thanks to our very good friends over at Kroger, who have agreed to donate $19,300 today to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. They make that donation through the Children's Miracle Network. That brings our season total so far this year to $28,600. Okay, we're ready for Coach Rick right now, so we're going to throw it down to the locker room. And here in our Regions Bank Locker Room show, the first question of the day is sponsored by AT&T. AT&T, rethink possible. Here's Chuck Dowdle with Coach Rick. Chuck?
Thanks very much, Hondo. I am here with Coach Rick. And, Coach, this was the story just Marcus Lattimore.
Oh, yeah, I think history's going to prove that he'll be one of the finer backs in the United States before his career's over. And I'm sure he'll play on Sundays if he stays healthy throughout. He is a special back. We knew that in recruiting. And but he showed it today. He showed a lot of courage. He showed that he can handle the heat. He showed that he can carry it 37 times in a heated game.
A lot of carries.
That's a lot of carries. He had over 21 in the first half and came back and finished strong and held on to the ball the whole time.
Early in the third quarter there, it looked like defense doing a pretty good job. You told the guys at the halftime, you said, okay, let's go out. We get the ball first. Let's get some points and get a takeaway, which was kind of the way it was going there until the fumble.
Right. We did get points. We did get a turnover. We got it, inside the 5-yard line. And then we coughed it up. If we score right there, touchdown, and we were going to go for 2 at that point because the game was just going so fast. All these drives were taking time, and there weren't many possessions, so we felt like we would have gone for 2 if we were to score right then. Could have tied it up and made it a whole lot different ball game, but, could have, but we didn't.
One of the things that made this tough for your offense was they were able to do third down conversion. Their third down conversion rate was pretty darn good throughout the day, and it kept your defense on the field, which I'm sure had an effect on them. At the same time, kept your offense from getting into any kind of rhythm.
Right. You know, games like this, when you get that time of possession out of whack like that, you know, a lot of it is exactly what you say. Can we get them off the field in third down situations? We were not able to do that, and then when we did get the ball, we just didn't control the ball enough and put enough points on the board to make this thing, you know, the way it could have been at the end. But, you know, you got to give them credit. They did a super job of preparing, had a really good plan, had a, you know, a very, very talented runner, and then they managed the rest of the game very well.
And pretty much Washaun Ely got almost all the carries today.
Yeah, Washaun, we felt gave us our best chance, and you know, he had a pretty good ball game minus that turnover. You know, you just can't have that turnover. If we don't have that, he ran very solid. I thought he did a good job overall, but you know, it just wasn't good enough.
All right, we're going to take a break, Hondo. We'll toss it back up to you, and then we'll come back and more with Coach Rick.
All right, thank you, Chuck, and thank you, Coach Rick. More from the locker room with Coach Rick as our Regions Bank postgame show continues from Williams-Brice Stadium. 17-6 today. The Gamecocks were able to hem in our Bulldogs, dropping our record to 1-1 with Arkansas coming to Athens next week. More after these words. This is Georgia football from ISP.
All right, football fans, let's hear what the Scouts have to say about the 2011 Toyota Camry.
It's got agility. It's got agility out the wazoo.
It's a proven leader. You look at the records, the numbers, it'll make your head spin.
So get 0% APR financing for 60 months with no payments for 3 months on a new 2011 Toyota Camry. 0 down with approved credit. Includes hybrids. Cannot combine with other offers. Must complete sale and delivery between September 8th and October 4th, 2010. Toyota, moving forward.
Natural gas customers, you have a choice. To learn more, call the Georgia Public Service Commission, 1-800-282-5813, or visit us at psc.state.ga.us.
Georgia legend Vince Dooley for Champion Window Siding and Patio Roofs.
Anything that you do, you certainly want to do it at your best. And it's true of anything that you want to be a part of. And in this case, Champion is the best.
Go to GeorgiaDogs.com for your chance to win a house full of brand new Champion windows. Or call 770-817-1953. That's 770-817-1953 for Champion.
Champion, your all-American home improvement company.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
He's the most famous dog in all of college sports, a symbol of courage to the Bulldog Nation. And with a specially designed kennel to protect him on the road, a custom-built air-conditioned doghouse to protect him from the heat, and security to protect him on the field, the University of Georgia and the Seiler family do everything they can to protect the heart of Georgia. That's why we help protect Russ and Uga from heartworm disease with HeartGuard Plus. HeartGuard Plus is the heartworm preventive that dogs love because it comes in a real beef chewable. Protect your dog from heartworm disease the same way we help protect the dog. Ask your veterinarian for HeartGuard Plus.
All dogs should be tested for heartworm infection before starting a preventive program. HeartGuard Plus is well tolerated. In rare cases, digestive and neurological side effects have been reported. For more information, contact your veterinarian, visit heartguard.com, or call 1-877-323-1824.
HeartGuard Plus, proud sponsor of Russ and Uga.
Back at Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina. Well, somebody tell Coach McGill that we split the doubleheader today. Georgia losing 7-6 here to the Gamecocks, 17-6 rather. But Georgia Tech also lost to Kansas, 28-25. Now let's go back down to the locker room with our Regions Bank locker room show. Chuck Dowdle is standing by with Coach Rick. This segment presented by the Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance Company's Real Auto, Home, and Life Coverage. Helping you is what we do best. Chuck?
Thank you, Hondo. I'm still here with Coach Rick, and he just handed me stats, which he was keeping all to himself, but he's decided to share here, which I do appreciate, Coach. I appreciate greatly. But what jumped out at you when you looked at it?
Well, statistically, again, it was very obvious that, Lattimore was the dominating player of the game. 37 carries, 187 yards, only 5 yards that he lost, for a net of, 182. So, didn't have a lot of long runs. He had 1 of 24. So, when you keep giving the ball to a guy like that and he keeps getting that 3, 4, 5 yards a pop and keeps moving those chains, it's it's tough to get those guys off the field. But we did have our opportunities to get them off the field in some third and longs in the first half, and then offensively, we just really didn't get a whole lot going. Second half, we kind of loosened up the reins on Murray a little bit, let him play some ball, and just took a little more freedom in the playbook, and I think he handled it well. We got to just let Murray play and to give us a chance to be pretty good on offense.
Yeah, you mentioned that, taking the reins off a little bit in the second half and maybe doing that more down the road here. Let me ask you about that. So much was made about his first opportunity to play in a hostile environment, as all SEC road venues seem to be. And let me ask you to assess his performance.
Well, I thought he played pretty good overall. I mean, he was, over 65% of his passes and threw no picks, and really managed everything pretty good. The timeout issues were not his fault. It was really, mostly two of the three timeouts early were coaching issues. We got to do a better job of getting our personnel in that ball game. And one time we had a guy lined up improperly, which he should have known. But other than that, I thought Murray handled everything pretty good.
You talk about, and I know you kind of said that you've got a ranked team coming in next week, and this is an opportunity now to get credibility back.
Right. Anytime you play a team that's ranked in the top 25, we're certainly going to be out of the top 25, so it gives us a chance to, fight and scratch our way in and even up our record in the Southeastern Conference with a lot of playing to go. So we'll just see how this thing goes, but it all starts next week.
Arkansas coming in next week, and you obviously, they'll have no sorrow for you.
No, Arkansas, they're believing right now. They're an outstanding football team, and everybody knows offensively the weapons that they have. It'll be interesting to see, what changes they might have made defensively. But, we're just going to have to hook it up, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, get back to practicing, make sure we got a good plan, and then get after them.
And for the second straight week, you'll have to face a veteran quarterback with a lot of ability.
Yeah, very veteran quarterback, no doubt about it. Every one of his skilled players are back. 3 great receivers, a tight end, and a back. And they did lose a couple offensive linemen, but those guys will be able to get back there and pass pro pretty good, I'm sure.
All right, we'll get after them next week. Coach, we appreciate your time. I'll let you get back to what you were doing.
All right, thank you, Chuck.
Okay, Coach Rick, finishing up there, and Hondo, I think, he saw what we saw. It was Marcus Lattimore, and the inability to get that defense off the field and get rhythm with an offense. And, it turns out to be 17-6 in favor of the Gamecocks, but Georgia with a chance now to regroup this week, which they'll have to do, have no choice. Arkansas coming in to Sanford Stadium next Saturday and another one of those early kickoffs, but got a feeling here from what I saw of this team in the locker room here after this one, they'll be ready.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. Great job. Chuck Dowdle in the locker room with Coach Mark Richt. We'll have more from Columbia, South Carolina. 17-6 the final. The Gamecocks over the Bulldogs. You're listening to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. This is Georgia football from ISP.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack knocked over a candlestick onto the shag carpeting, and his pants ignited into flames, causing him to stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, Jack recently had Geico help him with renter's insurance, because all his belongings went up in flames. Jack got full replacement and now has new pants he ordered from Banana Republic. Visit geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
You should see my family when we fly. My teenager is updating her Facebook page. My wife, shopping online. I'm checking news headlines, and my boy is reading up on the Bulldogs, all at 35,000 feet. Neil Hondo Williamson for AirTran Airways, where Wi-Fi is available on every plane, every flight. And don't forget that every time you fly with AirTran, you get the youngest all-Boeing fleet. Newer planes, Wi-Fi, affordable business class. What are you waiting for? Book at AirTran.com. AirTran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from ISP.
That's the sound of someone eating a new McDonald's Angus snack wrap while walking down a city street. Although easier to handle than the Angus Third Pounder, it too comes in deluxe, mushroom and Swiss, or bacon and cheese, all overflowing with delectable toppings. And that demands one's undivided attention. That's the sound of that same someone falling into a manhole.
Angus axiom number 2. Don't walk and chew Angus at the same time. The simple joy of Angus. At participating McDonald's.
Stop by an Atlanta area public store and pick up an entry form to register for the 2010 Toss for Cash. One winner will be down between the hedges during the Georgia-Tennessee game on October 9th with a chance to win Publix gift cards, $25,000 cash, plus tickets to one of the SEC's biggest football rivalries. For official rules and details, visit GeorgiaDogs.com/Publix or the Toss for Cash display at your participating Publix store. Hurry, promotion ends September 15th. Sponsored by Armour Canned Meats and Vienna Sausages, Log Cabin Syrup, and Mrs. Paul's Frozen Seafood.
Hi-ho, neighbor. We're back at Williams-Brice Stadium. Eric Zier, Scott Howard, Neil Hondo Williamson, and our producer-engineer, Charles Youngs, who is Johnny on the spot with everything that we need. Take a look at some stats and talk about today's game before we throw it over to the Hotel Indigo. South Carolina defeating Georgia today 17-6. And, fellas, as Tommy James and the Shondells sang a lot of years ago, ride the pony, yeah, ride the pony. And that is, that's from the song Moni Moni, for those of you who don't know. That is exactly what South Carolina did today, Scott Howard.
Yeah, that pony's name was Marcus Lattimore, and they certainly rode that horse till, well, he could have kept going. I mean, 37 carries today. I mean, just a remarkable number for a freshman. What did he finish with? 182 yards, 37 carries. I mean, that's crazy stuff. And it wasn't fancy what South Carolina did, but it was solid. It was consistent. It was steady, and it worked for them. They kept the ball. We couldn't really establish much of a running game. We weren't able to use our two tandem guys like we did against Georgia Tech last year with King and Ely. We just basically had Ely today.
Yeah, and I think the story of the game, though, is Lattimore and the offensive line for South Carolina. Like you said, Scott, it wasn't anything fancy. It was a read option and get it into Lattimore's hands and make him make a couple of people miss. And his offensive line gave him a couple of creases. When he didn't have creases, he was running through tackles. Just an awfully good performance. You put on top of that he's a freshman, and it's even more impressive. But they dominated this football game throughout the entire game. We had a brief time where we almost captured the momentum, had the ball, we're going in. We have a penalty that pushes us back, right? Five-yard penalty, one of our few penalties of the day, untimely as it was. And then the following play, or a couple plays after that, we put the ball on the ground, and after that, the game was over. We never could mount any kind of a charge at all. So we were close to grabbing a little bit of momentum, lost it quick, and then it got right back into Marcus Lattimore's hands, and that was all she wrote.
Eric, you're right. We were on the verge there. It just marched down and kicked a field goal to make the score 14-6 at the time. Had forced a fumble, and we're marching again. And unfortunately, the Dogs were stymied, or stymied themselves, if you prefer, and then unable to crank it back up. 9 of 14 today, South Carolina on third down conversions, and I'm not sure that tells the story if you see it, because what it was 3rd and 7, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. I mean, they were not just converting 3rd and 1s and 3rd and 2s. They were 3rd and longs.
Yeah, which is where you want defensively. I mean, that's the situation you want the opposing offense to be in. But Georgia just couldn't capitalize when they were in that situation, when they did have 3rd and medium or 3rd and long. South Carolina converted frequently in the first half, maybe not as much in the second half, but a 9 out of 14 is that's an excellent percentage, and you get that, and you're probably going to win most of the games that you have that kind of percentage.
Eric, when the coaches look at the tape, I'm afraid they're going to see on those third down plays a lot of yardage after contact for the Gamecocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And so many of those third down conversions came on just little bubble screens. Now, Carolina's got some big athletic receivers, 6'4" guys that are 6'5" guys, 230 pounds. And all they did in that first half, they ran 2 plays basically up and down the field, little variations of these plays, with just a quick little bubble screen out to their X receiver or their Z receiver, and then that read option that we already mentioned. And they'd get the ball out there, and you make one guy miss, and the next thing you know, they've got another first down, and they're moving the chains. And it really wasn't a very complicated plan, but one they executed very, very well. But you're right. It was a lot of missed tackles where we're bouncing off of guys. And give them some credit, too. They've got big athletic guys, and they were running hard. but we've got to do a better job of wrapping up and limiting those yards after that initial contact.
All right, we'll come back with more with Scott Howard and Eric Zier from Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina. 17-6, Gamecocks beat the Dogs today, but we're going to come back next week against Arkansas. Stay with us. More to come. Regions Bank Locker Room Show on the Georgia Bulldogs Radio Network from ISP.
When you call your insurance company, what do you hear?
To get an insurance quote, please press 1. To make a claim, please press 2. For billing information, please press 3.
And that just goes on, making it impossible to speak to a real person. Switch to Farm Bureau Insurance and you'll get real answers really fast. Unless, of course, you happen to really like on-hold music. Get real auto, home, and life insurance. Get Farm Bureau Insurance.
At Regions, we're building a better banking experience for each small business customer. That means giving you the basics, like checking and savings, as well as offering the right lending options. Because we understand how important capital, revenue, and cash flow are to your small business. So if you're ready for a bank that's as committed to growing your business as you are, switch to Regions. Visit regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC. All loans subject to credit approval. See individual account disclosures for details.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network from ISP.
The Sears Automotive Center knows that when you get your car back from the shop, you don't want to feel like you've been taken for a ride. That's why the Sears Blue Automotive Crew offers Price Match Plus to get you the best price, guaranteed. Now hurry in for hot buys on Goodyear tires. Save up to $80 on a purchase of 4. Plus save more on BF Goodrich, Michelin, and Bridgestone Dueler tires after mail-in rebates. Visit SearsAuto.com for more great deals. Sears Auto Center. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Students and fans, we need a rivalry shirt. This is your chance to have your own creative image in front of Georgia football fans by entering the State Farm Rivalry T-shirt contest. Go to GeorgiaDogs.com before September the 28th, and you could win $1,000 and have your image printed on the student shirts for the Georgia Tech game. So go to GeorgiaDogs.com and click the Win Prizes page for all the details. It's all courtesy of State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Regions Bank sponsors our locker room show. 17-6, Carolina over Georgia today, and we're speaking with Eric Zier and Scott Howard, the voice of the Dogs. Scott, you mentioned something, and I went back and checked the press book to make sure, the media guide, to make sure that you are right on that, and add to it that in the Mark Richt era, Georgia is now 7-3 against South Carolina. In the 3 games that we've lost, we've scored no offensive touchdowns.
That would be a problem.
Yeah.
In most cases, that is. Yeah. So we don't score an offensive touchdown today. We didn't score a touchdown at all today.
Yeah.
And the last time that happened was in 2007 when South Carolina beat Georgia in Athens, and we had 4 Brandon Coutu field goals at 16-12. So that seems to be a common occurrence in this series because normally there's a lot of defense, and I guess we saw that again today.
Yeah, in 2001, the Dogs lost 14-9. They kicked 3 field goals. And, in fact, I guess we didn't score an offensive touchdown in 2002 either because David Pollock scored the only touchdown for the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs have been held touchdownless by South Carolina 4 times in the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And we knew today coming in, because of the performance that Carolina had, even last week against Southern Miss in the red zone, that it was going to be one of the keys of the game, that when we get our opportunities, we've got to get touchdowns on the board. We had 3 chances, got 6 points out of it. And then coughed the 1 ball up, of course. And
that's killer. Yeah, that was what swung the game at that point.
That's
because
right.
You're going in, possible chance to tie, and you cough it up inside the 5. I mean, it takes a long time to regroup after that. Your head just is dragging the ground after you do that.
And we never did regroup. We lost all the momentum there, and then could never even flip field position again to give ourselves any kind of chance at a run. We started the next 2 drives at our own 10 and then our own 9-yard line. Couldn't get a couple of first downs to flip the field position and get back on the offensive. We were always back on our heels after that. You add on top of that Marcus Lattimore, and it's long day.
Eric, I think you hit the nail on the head with the lack of first downs. It wasn't just the lack of success in the red zone. Georgia with only 11 first downs today.
Yeah, it's when you look at the kind of domination Carolina owned today with time of possession. Two things happen when you have that type of domination. The opposing teams, their third down conversion is going to be really, really high. We saw that with Carolina. They're going to control the ball, and they're going to be able to run the football. Mm-hmm. And then on the flip side, when we had the ball on offense, we just couldn't get anything generated. Way too many 3-and-outs today. We couldn't take any of that pressure. Outside of the first drive, Carolina opened up the gates and had a long drive. We came back and answered that initially, but then after that piece, we really could never ever get an answer.
Yeah, our Bulldogs with 5 3-and-outs on offense today. Next week it's Arkansas. Scott Howard, are we going to be able to put some points up? Because we're certainly going to need to with Ryan Mallett and the Hogs coming in.
Yeah, you would expect that Arkansas would be able to score with the offensive talent that they have. I would hope that this team can bounce back. We'll see what this group is like under adversity, and this is our first taste of it. So hopefully everybody's back and ready to go at Sanford Stadium next Saturday at noon.
Very good. I think they will be. Thank you, Scott. Great job today. Thank you, Eric. Great job today.
Thanks,
well, I know that our friends are hanging out back at the Hotel Indigo, eagerly awaiting your phone calls. That's Jeff Dantzler and David Green. And we're going to wrap things up from here in the stadium right now. This is Neil Williamson saying thanks for tuning in. The final score today was 17-6, South Carolina over Georgia. We'd like to thank our producer-engineer at the Bulldog Studios, David Shoemate. Here on site, it's Charles Youngs, he who juggles many balls and keeps us on the air. Thanks to Lauren Smith, Chuck Dowdle, Tony Schiavone, and, of course, Scott Howard and Eric Zier. We'll talk to you next week. We'll be on the air at 8 o'clock, and then the Verizon Wireless Tailgate Show will start at 9 o'clock. From Athens, GA, for our first SEC home game of the year. Again, the final score, 17-6. Thanks for tuning in. This is Georgia Football from ISP.